you had returned to the City of Millions. You first took the time to return home, learning Theliana's name and reporting back to Reginald, where you also learned about some controversy regarding local reporting in the Polythreme newspaper, The Courier, and a call for witnesses in the pursuit of a murderous boar, which you yourself are more than familiar with. But first, you followed Evelyn to Vidar's manor in the Upper District, where you stumbled upon a late trap, and, surpassing it, faced a few automata that seemed to have been sent to destroy the chances of Vidar's return to the living, or undead at least. Dispatching the automata, you did in fact manage to return Vidar to the material plane. Weakened in his new form, but nonetheless eager to help, he already seemed to have a plan in mind, urging you to return the next day. But before then, you went to the Emporium, with your sizable winnings intent on replenishing your arsenal.
Yes, indeed. So as we browse, is that list that is in Discord accurate?
So, all here. In this bag. Nice.
So fancy. And then there were the normal items that as well, correct, Becker?
Yes.
Normal meaning
Like the
rings.
rings,
Oh,
feather
right,
falling,
yes.
animal influence. The Berserker Axe. And the Staff of the Woodlands, which we're not looking to have.
I think from these items, except for the separated two, everything was interesting, right?
I think so. I was interested in selling the Rockbone Robe because I would need to for 2-minute slots, I think.
We were looking at the Adventurer's Overcoat. Were we?
I don't think so.
Oh yeah, that one can go as well.
Alti loves it. So let me cause a bunch more.
I got an error that time. I don't normally get errors.
Yeah, some unsupported format.
Unknown. Did you decide you wanted
Can you
the
guys
fire?
actually see
Yes.
these two?
Nice.
Nope.
Or are they blank for you?
They are blank.
They're
God
blank.
damn it. Fine.
It's Kaufstein, those two are actually on the D&D Beyond page, so if we buy them, we
Yep.
can just add them there.
Mm-hmm.
And with if, I mean when we buy them, right?
Yeah.
It was kind of the plan.
So, you had, I believe, 500 in store credit.
Yes, I did.
You are trying to sell the Rockborn Road.
Unless someone wants it.
What did it do again?
It's a nice escape, but I don't think it's worth a 2-minute slot for me at this point.
Yeah, the attunement would be a problem here, I guess, for me too.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if the wings would stop me from falling somehow, I might be like, use that thing instead of the ring of feather falling, but it doesn't, so I think we can sell it.
Yeah, that would be fine.
So as we cruise through the shop, I think that unless things are locked up, we do a great deal of debating on the various items, and then eventually
We
approach-
also wanted a +1 weapon.
Oh yeah, a random, the cheapest +1 weapon.
I
That
think it was
is,
a dagger.
Yeah, was like 1,000 gold and like 1 silver piece or something like that.
we eventually approach the merchant with our arms full, I guess.
I'm just tallying up the cost.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like this time is one of the first times we should actually try to haggle, just say.
I
think
mean,
this is
we're
a-
buying so much.
Yeah.
They,
Because I feel
They
like,
should,
yeah,
that's
we are
yeah.
like, after this we are like premium customers, right?
mm-hmm.
They basically have to close the shop after we're gone. Like, they just have to restock.
Like, here's a cloak.
Later.
Make sure I did the math correctly.
So how long does it take you to switch the +1 to another weapon?
Not too long. It's, let me see here. I think it's like an hour, but check.
Okay. So I can sell my oh no, we need my longbow to
Correct. I need it to
transfer it there. Okay. We don't sell that.
I don't know if that's the number you got, Beggar, but that's my total. 28.70.
Yes, that is correct. So, as you walk towards the counter, with your arms full, the crowd that is sort of gathered around the counter with the display of weapons kind of moves aside, giving you a little space. The one attendant that stands right in front of you already looks to the side, motioning over someone else to come and help. And before long, there are 2 attendants standing in front of you. Welcome back, sir. Are you
yes.
buying all of this?
Oh, we are indeed purchasing all of this. Oh, excuse me, I just need to set it here. Before I drop it. Yes, we are. And we are also interested in parting ways with this particular item. It's a lovely magical piece. I'm sure that you could identify it.
Of course, that will only take a moment. You can see her immediately pushing off the robe to the attendant to her side, who runs off into the back room. And you have tallied all of the prices?
Well, I have. Let me see. I did.
She looks almost a little bit confused.
He thinks that you don't have that much money.
The amount of items you've brought.
I just rolled a natural 1 for the tallying, so red tally good. Yeah, I think it comes to about 26,000 gold.
Well, if you'd be so kind as to lay all of them on the counter, I will. You can see her pull out this abacus and just start shuffling pieces side to side.
I mean, I walk by as well using my fingers. You know. I don't have 20 fingers.
And you and the other gentlemen and the ladies, you are together?
Right, yeah. I believe we have a store credit here.
Yes, I believe the gentleman does.
Mm-hmm.
I do.
Which we would like to use at this time.
And I give her back the piece of paper that I got that says I have a store credit.
She takes the piece of paper almost offhandedly, not even really taking a look at it. She sort of takes it in acknowledgement and still shuffles around some of the abacus pieces just back. And just then, the colleague appears again, placing the robe on the counter and whispering something in her ear. The robe would come to about 380 on top of the store credit.
380, alright.
So that would come to about 27,190 gold pieces.
I see, yes. I don't suppose these are trying times that you would be inclined to give us a discount for moving so much of your merchandise, freeing up your capital funds, as it were.
She takes a look at this hoard of treasures you have on the counter, as you say, trying times. Give me a persuasion roll.
Nice.
Yeah, that's a 31. It is much easier to transport gold than walking around with flashy magical items. As we walk around with flashy magical items.
Hold on. Let me do something I like. Well, usually we'd only do this after a considerable amount has been spent by a customer, but seeing as you are far past this considerable amount with this purchase, I could offer you a gold membership with the Emporium, which would come at a slight discount, which would be at 20% for the first purchase.
I mean, that sounds entirely reasonable to me. Are there any other perks of this particular membership?
Well, aside from the discount, we will no longer need a deposit should you request a certain item for us to procure. We will do that service for free.
Oh, well, that could be quite helpful. I mean, I'll look at everybody else, but
Sounds it might be useful in the future.
very true. All right then, I think we have ourselves a deal.
Good. Well, that would come to about 21,790 gold pieces.
All right, all right. Start digging through my haversack. Math is hard.
You need bits of help there.
Yes, well, so I have the platinum here. Can we just do maybe call it 21.8? It'll just be much cleaner if we could do it that way, I think.
Yeah, of course.
Perfect. So I just hand over 2,180 platinum. Could you just double count these with me, ma'am, just to make sure I don't miss?
Of course.
As you hand over the coins, you can see them put them in a box. She hands them sort of off to her colleague who's holding this box, who then, as he closes the box, starts violently shaking it, but there's no clinking of coin. As he opens it on the table, out comes a clean stack of coins. And from him, you just very quietly hear, it's all there.
Well, all right then. And for our gold membership, do you just keep that on file, or is there like a?
Of course,
Oh,
we
perfect.
remember all the faces that come through here. And she holds out this small slip of paper, which denotes a store credit of 10 gold pieces.
Oh,
Nice. All right. I'll add that dutifully to my inventory. You want to know what's so wonderful about this? Guess how many platinum I have left?
How much?
420, baby.
oh!
Well, that was a good stroke of business.
Right.
I am still a bit beat from earlier, though.
I can throw this all in your bag and head back.
Yep, I shall indeed. So put it in the haversack and then head back, and we'll distribute when we get back.
Not in the middle of a busy city.
Yeah.
What? Perfect time.
Make our way back to Quartermain's.
Okay, so we
Okay.
skip the
Oh
Venerable
no,
Swordsman.
are we? Oh yeah, are we going to the Venerable Swordsman?
I think Kara wanted after this day have a little drink.
Gotcha. Right, we'll head there tomorrow. I think everyone could use a rest.
That is true.
That's a good point, to be honest.
Maybe hit it up rather early before our noon meeting.
Sounds fine to me.
Right, back to Quartermain's then. Make our way back.
Oh,
Okay.
wait. Could I buy like 300 worth of diamond dust?
Yeah.
Mm.
So that's probably easy enough to get a hold of.
While he's doing that, any chance you could potentially look at buying diamonds worth 300 gold?
Sure. How many?
I have like one, but
Does that have
for-
to be a single diamond worth
It does
300 gold?
It just says diamonds worth 300 gold. So I guess it could be multiple diamonds
Okay.
that equate to 300 gold.
Yeah, if it doesn't say like one blah blah
Mm.
blah worth.
It's for Revivify.
Yeah. Okay.
Should I just get like an extra?
Yeah.
You would be able to get those as well. You'd probably likely get the diamonds as well as the diamond dust more easily on the medial district.
Okay.
Anyways. So,
I'm also gonna
You head
buy,
up.
if it's possible, like somewhere, probably around here, some new ball bearings.
yeah, you used yours up, didn't you?
Yeah.
Ball bearings. I think they were pretty cheap.
Yeah, I think they were. It's just some metal balls after all.
Yes, so that would cost you 1 gold piece
Okay, done.
for a bag of 1,000.
Okay.
Okay, so as you get to the medial district, as the air grows a little bit more free of smoke, you manage to find a jeweler near the shopping district, or I shouldn't say district, near the shopping section of the medial district, who has a number of valuable gems, including various diamonds. And since you aren't looking for any large ones in particular, you will find them easily enough.
At least that would come in handy, I think.
Oh, we can just get. Well, I'll get the dust, and yeah, we'll get one and the dust. Sure.
Or enough to make a 300 gold one.
Right. So, but I will give it to you, a like 300 gold worth one.
Yes.
Also, do they just sell gems, or do they also sell like rings with gems in them and stuff like that?
They have valuable rings as well, of course.
Do they have a ring where I don't know if I don't care if it's the stone itself or the metal around it that looks like a cat?
There would be a few rings, probably, that in a section that isn't just jewels like rubies, diamonds, and emeralds. There's a section that has rings that are entirely out of rarer stone, like obsidian or jade, that are definitely fashioned in, more unique forms. A snake devouring itself, a dragon in a circle, and as well some feline motifs. There are also a few rings that are just gold and silver that have less valuable stones that are more complex shapes. But most of the precious gems, so crystals and such, would be the classic, you know, edged shapes.
Mm-hmm. What are the price ranges on those?
So the stone ones,
The
jade and
metal,
obsidian,
the jade,
and
obsidian.
so those would range from about 10 gold pieces to 300. I know it's a big range.
Yeah.
Like, what roughly would you look for?
He's mostly not going after price, but how it looks. Maybe there's something that kind of reminds him of himself. One of the rings, like he doesn't care if it's 10 or 300 gold. Basically, it just depends on like if it's something that's kind of either similar to him or kind of reminds him of himself, or
Well, if it's something that's close to Soleil, there's one made of aquamarine, which is obviously blue, perhaps reminiscent to Blue Tiger. Or there is one out of simple obsidian, which, as a black cat, would likely be closest to you.
yeah, he would be eyeing the obsidian one the most then.
It would be about 100 gold. I say about, it's 100.
Yeah. He's not gonna say anything, he's just gonna take the ring and put it on the table and is just gonna pay for it.
Okay. And then Evelyn and Red, you are buying how much in diamonds?
I have 300 gold's worth, and Rhett was doing diamond dust.
I was doing 400 worth of diamond dust.
Okay.
I gotta get my hangover cure, man.
Most expensive hangover cure ever.
I know.
I like to imagine that the way you use that spell is you just put a line of diamond dust down, you
Is
snort it up, and
100%.
then cast the spell.
I just cast the spell as it's going in. I'm like, Phew. Oh yeah, that's the stuff.
Oh god.
Oh no.
Rachel, ready to head back?
Well, yeah, I think so. I don't think there are any other components we needed currently.
Okay, so you return to Quartermates.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
this point, it would probably be early afternoon.
All right.
Right.
Gonna start on a new project, or actually take a little time to relax?
I think some of those things that you've purchased, you might need time to get used to.
Right.
Later on tonight, Slay, I can help you out with that longbow of yours.
Sounds great.
We can distribute our items.
Okay, Beggar, you can. I guess you can delete these 2 rings.
Fine, I will.
The 2 rings were meant for me, right? Or
Right.
for me to use, for free for me to use. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
I will do that then.
You're looking at the gauntlets for Kara, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Three
that was
smites.
like the smite thingy.
Mm.
The lantern was for Evelyn, right?
I think it was for whoever was using it at the time because it doesn't require attunement.
Yeah,
I
Right.
think these things were just for when
for the
needed.
group basically. Yeah,
Mm.
most of
I
them
wanted
can
the
basically.
lantern
Yeah, to
for
have just
hunting down
for the
Kara.
boar.
Mm.
Okay, so these 3 are basically something we can put in the haversack for now and
Mhm.
pull out when we need them.
Yeah.
Okay. Easy enough. I'm just gonna like keep them.
And I
close.
took the bloodhound amulet to make me a blood cat.
Nice. So other than that,
I guess I'm just gonna give Evelyn my longbow immediately so she can do it whenever she feels like it.
Right. Take this up and at least get the ritual going. Might go and work on some notes and things like that that I've had backing up.
sounds reasonable enough.
And
I
head
didn't
up.
have anything scheduled.
As you start heading up,
Mm.
you hear this sort of, just as you pass by the library, the common room, I should say, the door creaks slightly open, and you see Reginald sort of hanging his head out a little bit. Oh, you're back. There was someone looking for you. Not the first time. Says he's from the courier. He's left. He said he'd find you.
I
Aelith told him to fuck off, I believe.
Fair enough. You mean specifically or one of the others?
I believe it was possibly all of you. I
Right.
don't remember. He said a weird name. It was something with E.
Oh.
Eve.
Um.
Eve.
Even fall.
Oh, Evenfall, right.
Uh,
Was that what it said?
interesting. Was it
I
Evenfall?
don't quite recall.
That's all right. You think they'd be back?
Well, he said he'd find you. I'd imagine he'd be back sometime.
Right.
I suppose I'll ask Aelith to let me know when it comes by then.
Always see if they're just lingering around outside, I suppose. How long ago were they here, Reginald? Knowing that that's a stupid question to ask Reginald.
A while.
I don't know. All right.
I managed to finish half a book until you returned.
Right. Well, we'll keep that in mind. Thank you for passing on the message. Everything else going on all right here?
Yes, I read half of a very nice book.
Wonderful.
Great.
Reluctantly, she's like, what was the book about?
Oh, well, it was study notes from a professor of wizardry, magic. It was on the Great Gates, and we used back in the day to connect to the planes. Unfortunately, some of them are destroyed, but the magic behind them is quite interesting.
Sounds interesting. Perhaps when you finished, I'll take a look.
Would you like to hear about the gate?
Yes, it would be wonderful.
Well, I mean, would you like to sit down? It might probably take a while. It is quite complex a subject.
It could be relevant, so it would be nice to know, I suppose. Flops down.
It's like,
Oh,
Like I could have just read the book. Fine.
Give me a constitution check.
No, no.
oh no.
Hold on, isn't my constitution higher now? Oh, I haven't read that book yet. See, normal constitution. Constitution. Check, not a save, right?
Yes.
10.
Hey. Well, as Reginald very grudgingly tells you about the gates and somewhat his time in the academy, as he had work to do with the gates back in the day. In the end, as he sort of repeats multiple times, you end up dozing off slightly. You do learn in the end about two gates that are relatively close. Both of them, however, were destroyed during the last age, which was the golden age of magic. One of the gates, right here on the map, should probably tint them different colors. Let's make this one black, and let's make this one orange. This one was the gate to the Shadowfell.
Which one?
Right here. I missed. Don't mind that. The Shadowfell
Mm.
now.
Mm-hmm.
And the upper gate here was the gate to the Hell. Both of which were destroyed after it turned out that connecting those two planes might not have been such a good idea.
Right. Good to know. Some fascinating original, really.
Yes, quite. Especially if you consider the fact that, well, pretty much any space could become a plane if enough energy and space is created within this pocket space. There are these things called demi-planes. Would you like to hear about demi-planes?
I'm vaguely familiar with the concept.
There was a very bright young wizard back in the academy who was much more than I involved in the study of planes, and demi-planes in particular were one of his subjects. In fact, many of the bags of holding were created under wizard from his section. No, I believe he was a student at the time, so it was actually his teacher that was responsible for those. But I believe he was just about to take over a few years ago. Brilliant young man. Can't quite remember the name. He used to you do this quite funny prank, though maybe perhaps a little bit mean-spirited, where he would turn a closet into a demi-plane, and then when they would shove another student into the closet, he'd actually fall for hours before they let him out again. Sometimes they'd spend 2 or 3 hours just falling in the darkness. Some students apparently also had a distorted sense of time afterwards. They said they'd spend days falling when really it was only just a few hours. But we never quite figured out if there was some sort of temporal spatial anomaly, or whether or not it was simply a subjective perception that changed within the students.
Everyone has a hard grasp on time, so I suppose either is possible.
Yes, I must say that sometimes I myself have a bit of a hard grasp on time. When you're doing something that's quite enjoyable, like reading half of this book, time just sort of flies by. Well, in the real world or outside of my own perception, of course, a couple of hours have already passed. Or other examples like this quite entertaining conversation reminiscing about old times. Time is just flying, isn't it?
It's flying for sure.
Yeah, quite enjoyable.
Well, I wouldn't want to keep you from your book, though.
Yes, the book.
Perhaps when you're done, I'll see if I could perhaps borrow it.
Of course, yes.
Since it's been so enjoyable for you.
Well, yes. Very enjoyable book, indeed.
Well, I'll let you get back to your book, but we can chat more later, I'm sure. I have enjoyed this thoroughly. Gonna make her way out of the room. And escape. Very quickly walk up.
Have you heard of the high
Run away! Go hide in her room.
I was just gonna poke my head out and look for any messenger. Assuming there wasn't one obvious.
Yeah, I mean, as you look outside, there is nobody waiting.
Okay.
You'd probably have seen them on the way in
Yeah.
the first place, but
I think then I was gonna head up to talk to our guest more. I would have invited Soleil if he was still there and wanted to come, but it's okay. Soleil, did you want to come talk to our guest more, or you already
While
talked to her all?
all the talk went on, he already went up to his room, so you would have to ask him there.
I think I'd head straight over then. I mean, if his door was open, is his door open?
I mean, he always closes the door behind him, no matter what, so... Yeah, it's closed.
I'll leave him to drawing, I will assume then.
He is in fact drawing, by the way, and the main piece that he's focusing on is one scene of this almost fever dreamish scene that we had in the manor when we were under the influence of a certain vampire spell as we fell and were in a weird cage and stuff. I'm gonna draw a few scenes of that.
Do you mind if I come in?
Fine. Vitamin?
Right. I assume that you cannot speak common, or you would be speaking common to me currently. I have only one way that I could fix this. However, it might be a bit strange. One moment.
If her intelligence is less than 4, I can use my animal friendship.
Oh no.
Wow! Okay!
Just kidding. She can talk. That's already like proof that her intelligence is at least like 5 or 6.
Excuse me, Reginald.
Yes.
I don't suppose that you would have a spell that could allow me to talk to. I think Kara told me her name. To talk to Atheliana.
Oh, that's any matter of spells. You could attempt to read dawns directly. Certain number of spells and allow you to communicate telepathically. There's also, of course, certain transcribing spells. So.
Right. Are there any of those that you yourself could cast on me right now, so that I could talk to her?
Oh, I'm a bit out of practice. I'm not sure where I placed my book.
I see. I suppose I shall attempt my own spell work then.
There are a number of books on the subject in the library that could perhaps assist you on your studies.
Good thought. I shall look. If I come across your book, I will let you know.
Yes. Quite a nice book. Don't likely remember when I saw it last.
Now I will knock on Slay's door.
Yes?
Sorry to bother you. I wanted to talk to Atheliana. I don't suppose you speak, like, garden, speech?
Gardish? No.
Gardish? I don't. Maybe it's celestial. I guess I don't know.
I only speak Common and Leonin.
Right, that makes sense. I was gonna ask Kara, but I was gonna ask Atheliana more about Kara. So it might be kind of awkward if I'm like asking her about Kara in front of her. I'll try to find.
Are you sure you want to talk about Kara behind her back?
Well, not generally. I wouldn't, but Kara really doesn't seem to like remembering all those things. So it seems more painful for me to directly ask Kara those things.
Yeah, but maybe then she would be interested in hearing as well.
It didn't seem like it last time. I mean, she kind of like stormed out after whatever they said. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah. That is true. And Reginald?
He said there's some books in the library, which is, of course, true.
I'm afraid I'm not of too much help in this case then.
No problem. I return once again. So, I need to find some. Alright. Can I look through the library to look for books on, like... Oh, what are the spells? Read any language? What is that?
Comprehend language.
Comprehend languages? Yeah, that one.
So, going through the library to attempt to learn the spell would probably take you a while
Right.
of studying to learn that spell. There are books in the library that do translate certain phrases of Celestial.
Mm-hmm.
So, basically, what you immediately have access to is essentially a dictionary.
Alright. I will, like, start compiling the dictionary.
Okay.
But I'm gonna be honest, I probably am not that concerned with it. I just need to put together a list of words that lets me communicate. I know it would be a bit odd, but would you consider talking with me in a dream spell? Because I'm quite sure we could talk there. But I don't actually have that spell ready because I used all my slots. So. I assume that actually takes me quite a while to do all of that, though.
So, picking out the phrases, you're obviously not 100% sure if the grammar is correct. But you cobble together a sentence that essentially conveys that you'd like to talk to her in a dream. And as you tell her, there's this definite pause and visible confusion on her face, as she probably is at first trying to comprehend what you even said, making sense of it. And then she utters a phrase that you yourself also don't understand. And as she sees you just blankly staring back, she just nods.
Excellent. It will have to be later on. Once I have regained my magical abilities, it's not that you can understand what I'm saying. I will, like, bow and then communicate the, like, a clock hand motion, meaning later. Hopefully. I would like to take the, if I can find material on comprehend languages with me, though.
Mm-hmm. You walk out of the library with a pretty sizable stack of books.
Okay.
So, do you guys do anything else before taking a long rest?
Attune to the 2 items that I have.
Same.
Because you are free to attune to whatever you want.
And
What the how big is your goddamn collection?
Which collection?
You're on your
I
fucking
don't know what you're
feet.
talking about.
yeah.
I don't see anything.
Doubled
talk
in
about that,
size! Oh my god.
The tournament helped.
You just happen to like swing past and I see just an army.
It keeps growing.
Most proud of Gunra.
I do want to spend a bit of time through and up until the evening going through the notes that I have from what's her face? Back in my notes.
Isabel?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Trying to work on following the steps of procedures that she's gone to at least see specifically what blanks I would need to fill in. Of like, if that makes sense, of like trying to go backwards and recreating her formula.
Okay.
And then, if nothing else, right before the evening, I have to start my ritual. I guess it. All it says, Beggar, is that to move a +1 or whatever from one item to another. It just says that this is. I perform a ritual during a long rest. I perform a long ritual. So I don't know if that's like, oh yeah, I just put this off to the side to like cook and it'll be ready in the morning. Because it says during a long rest. That's it confuses me.
I'd say it's probably a bit more involved.
Okay.
So it'd probably take about an hour or 2
Okay.
as part of your long rest. You
That's
still have time to attune to your items.
Yeah.
But
Hi, Freya.
yeah.
Hello.
Hello.
Okay. So I'll be doing that as well.
Okay.
Those are the things. Obviously, I'm not expecting to get anywhere with the notes. It's more about starting to organize them and compile them and shifting things. Starting that process. That's my evening. We bought a bunch of stuff, Freya.
Mm-hmm.
You have fancy gauntlets. I think we got a couple other things that are just like if the group needs them.
Yeah.
And we went back to Quartermain's. I think we were gonna go talk about going to the Venerable Swordsman the next day.
Uh-huh.
Reginald said somebody was out to deliver a message for Evenfall. He's looking to deliver a message. Why they knew where to find us here is a question, but in of itself.
And did
But
he
they
say,
went-
was it a courier or was he from the
He said-
Polythreme courier?
He just said it was a courier.
Okay.
With the message for looking for
What's Evenfall again?
Evenfall is what we went by. Is the group name we used in Anticarch.
I mean, we already also decided on it in Polythreme that
Yeah, we
we
just
want
didn't
to
use
be
it in
called
Polythreme.
Yeah.
So nobody in Polythreme, I think, would expect or would be looking for us in that with a name. I think the first time we used it was in Anticarch.
Mm-hmm.
This here is your fancy new gauntlet, by the way.
Oh no,
Oh
Freya
no, she's
disconnected.
gone. Never mind. She didn't want to look at her gauntlet.
Yeah.
It didn't really load.
And now we're doing a long rest.
Yep. I'm trying to figure out how to talk to the Celestial.
He's trying to ask about you.
Yeah, I'm being nosy as usual. I think I would start resting early rather than reading those books, though.
Mm-hmm.
So that I could have spell slots sooner. Like intending to wake up early while other people are still asleep so I could actually do that. So I think that's how that would work.
Makes sense.
Also, important question, Freya. Was the food good?
Ooh.
It was good. Irish slash English food. It's not my favorite, but it was nice.
There was that moment of
That, like-
hesitation.
Yeah, the moment of hesitation to call British food
Was-
food. ...
Good.
It's just that they, like, every dinner is meat, potatoes, vegetables, and gravy, and it always tastes the exact same.
Mm.
But Yorkshire puddings are really good. Joseph does.
Google's Yorkshire pudding. Oh,
It's like kind of a bread,
Mm-hmm.
really soft.
it looks tasty.
Okay. Does anyone
Urchin
else
is
want to do
gone.
something for the long rest?
I put
Evelyn, as
I'll
you
put... Okay.
go through the notes, it takes quite a bit of time deciphering. You get a basic outline of the steps of preparing at least two of the basic components. The exact time of heating, which heat to bring it to, and how to separate them. And what were you saying, Select?
Nothing, not much. I just wanted to say I will put the ring that I just bought into one of the inner pockets of my vest.
Okay. Then all of you complete the long rest and awaken in the morning.
Good. Am I able to wake up early enough to think that I could reasonably cast Dream right now?
How long does dream take?
It's immediate. It's just as long as the creature stays asleep. Like it takes a minute to cast, and then you can maintain it up to 8 hours or however long both of you stay asleep.
So you cast it on yourself as the messenger?
Yes.
As you do, you realize that she's not asleep.
Struggle over there early in the morning, right?
As you enter the library, she sits there, sort of legs crossed, just on the bend, following you with her eyes.
I sit down and like tap my head and then kind of close my eyes and like nod.
She cocks her head in a questioning gaze.
I point at her and like point at like her pillow, and I'm like, do the laying down hand.
After a couple of seconds, she lies down, puts her head on her pillow, eyes still wide open, looking at you.
Maybe angels don't sleep.
Yeah, I'm figuring that might be harder than I was hoping. I make the like closing my eyes with my finger motion and then imitate snoring.
She closes her eyes.
I assume that dream still doesn't work.
It does not.
Right. Well, I guess I should have learned the sleep spell first. Serves me right. I'm trying to pry into people's business. I give up.
As you head towards the stairs, you can already smell the scent of cooked eggs and bacon. And coming down to the dining room, there's already a display of plates. And Aelith and Reginald at the table.
I just sit and wait, or eat and wait for the others.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Morning.
Does it smell good? The food.
Are you asking?
I'm asking you, yes.
Yeah, you like the smell of bacon and eggs,
I do.
then it does indeed smell good.
Cool. I'll quietly start eating.
My way through and pause at Kara's door to knock on it. And if she doesn't respond, I'll open the door.
As you open the door, she stands. She's like on her way to the door.
Oh, morning.
Morning.
Wanted to make sure you were awake. I know we were planning on heading to the tavern this morning.
Right. Yeah. I'm awake.
Right. Smells like there's something for breakfast, so I'll meet you down there.
Yep.
Make my way downstairs.
Red, any luck with the gardeners yesterday?
No, none at all. Apparently, it turns out Devas don't sleep or understand what sleep is.
Oh.
From what I can deduce, I might be wrong, but yeah.
Oh, are you talking about our guest?
Yes.
Oh, she does sleep.
Why did she act like she didn't understand what sleep was?
What do you mean?
I think that I communicated to her yesterday that I wanted to talk to her in a dream. But then I got rested and I got up early this morning and she wasn't asleep. So I couldn't do it. And then I went over and, tried to communicate again. Okay, would you mind talking, going to sleep? I got up pretty early.
Have you ever tried just going to sleep?
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Can you just sleep?
I mean, sometimes.
Hmm.
What I more mean is she didn't seem like she understood when I was did hand signals for going to sleep. I was like, okay, lay down, maybe sleep. She lay down, just stared at me.
If she knows, we could pass her off when she sleeps. It's usually around noon, if I remember.
It's around noon, alright.
Yeah.
Did Davis just sleep around noon?
That might just be. I mean, that's when she woke up originally, after the evening. So.
Yeah, alright. It wasn't that serious, to be honest. I was just being really nosy.
Oh, here's the light, and I'll pass over the longbow. She'd dragged downstairs behind her.
Way too big for her. Yeah, he looks at the bow and the food is immediately forgotten that's in front of him, and he is just taking it in his hands and checks the balance and is figuring out what quality it is, and after a couple seconds nods with approval. This feels great.
It kind of looks like the same bow.
Bow didn't change. I just put it around some magics. Quality of swords.
Very nice. Oh, well, should we head out to the inn then? Or the Venerable Swordsman, rather?
I think so. Oh, and Aelith?
Yeah.
If that courier comes back, Reginald told us about.
What, that small nosy guy? Told him to fuck off.
What exactly did that nosy guy say that makes you say he's nosy?
Well, he's from the newspaper. Gonna ask a bunch of questions.
He's from the courier. He's not a courier. I see. Okay. Do we want to talk to the newspaper guy?
Nah, there's corruption, man.
Yeah.
They'd probably just try to spin the story, to be honest.
That's what I was thinking.
Smart man.
So I guess when he appears, just tell him we're gonna wait for him here at noon or something. Like, actually give him a time where we can meet
we
up.
have another.
Sure.
We won't be here.
Oh, then in the evening maybe.
Yeah, I suppose.
I guess if
That
you really
is if
wanna
we want to
him.
talk to him. I couldn't care less about this guy, actually.
Beggar, what is the courier's, like, reputation?
Well, used to be very good, impartial. It is pretty much the only newspaper in the city.
Mm-hmm. I wouldn't mind asking him about the discrepancies in these two papers, to be honest. Even if we don't really give him a interview.
So you want to interview the newspaper guy?
Interview the interviewer, interviewee, yes, indeed.
Okay.
So yeah, the evening's fine with me.
Sure, I'll let him know when he comes by.
Reginald, are you still on relatively decent terms with the foreman down in the mines?
Well, I haven't talked to him in weeks, but I should say so. We're old friends, you know.
Oh, I read something in the paper about some issues down in the mines and wondered if they needed our help again.
Well, it's rather surprising. If they needed help, I'd expect them to have approached me. But I suppose would you like me to reach out to them?
Just I'm
Okay,
curious
well,
if needed.
I suppose I could contact them again.
It's not a bad idea. That is how we got our first job.
They seemed like a good lot, so thought if they needed more aid, we could offer it.
Well, yes, that's always something to be done in the mines. Busy folk, busy folk.
They are the heart of the city, after all.
One could say that, yes.
Well, I suppose we should be on our... Is Cora down yet?
Yeah, she came up down a few minutes after Evan. Just like quietly eating her breakfast.
I suppose we should make our way then, as we've got a few things to get done this morning.
Sounds good to me.
Right? We'll see you both later.
Okay, you head back down to the lower district.
Yes.
Do you again keep to sort of the sideways?
Yeah, no need to like draw a lot of attention. We should be able to get to the Venerable Swordsman and then back up to Vidar's by noon, right? As long as we were heading out early enough.
Depending on how much time you spend at each
Yeah.
place. Yeah.
Okay. That was the time we were supposed to meet with him, right?
Believe so.
Alright. Okay.
Amusing. You head by the slums towards the Venerable Swordsman, avoiding sort of the main streets and even some of the larger alleyways and side streets. And as you head around the corner towards one of the streets leading to the Venerable Swordsman, the street is quite quiet, in fact. The few people passing by you are walking fast, hastened by some unknown purpose. As you round the next corner, as the Venerable Swordsman falls into view, you spot the likely reason. In a ring surrounding the tavern stands a row of people, all grey-robed, some holding lanterns, most holding weapons at their sides, openly displayed. Could you please give me a perception roll as a group?
Certainly can.
Mm, 16?
10.
I guess it's
10.
not a perception check on smell, I guess.
No,
Okay.
it's visual.
13 then.
What did you roll, Evelyn?
16.
Okay. Even from the distance, you can tell that they all bear the signature icon of the machine heart, engraved on pommels, hilts, and across the robes on their backs. Through the thicket of robes, you see glints of metal, and from their bulky forms, even with the robes, you can make out the frame of underlying plate armor. These obviously aren't civilians, but they don't look like simple thugs either. These people were armed by someone, as you would a militia. At the door, past the ring of grey robes, two people stand in the doorframe arguing. One bears a rope like the rest. The other is clutching a mug, almost like you would brass knuckles. Ender, the owner of the Venerable Swordsman. As you round the corner and you see this situation, do you try to be hidden? Do you try to remain hidden, or do you just sort of openly approach?
I guess first of all I would like to change my appearance before they can see me at all. Look like a female tabaxi. Clothing.
For the moment, at least, none of the eyes are set on you.
How many?
The ring of people has their backs turned towards you. The one at the door is the one most likely to see you, as he's facing sideways, but his eyes currently are firmly on Ender.
Yeah, how many are there?
Roughly.
There's about 10.
I will look at everyone else, but if no one says anything, I will not bother with stealth.
Even from the distance, you can hear pieces of their discussion. They aren't being quiet, and some of the words reach a distance quite easily. So many others understand the cause. Their coffers are quite open. And take more from them and leave this place alone. There is no them and you. Only we under the heart, and we must all swim together, or we should drown. Last time, I've heard enough. The rope man lets his eyes wander across his assembled line, and as you are not trying to hide, his eyes also fall on you. And as he sees you, he sort of backs off a step. Very well. We shall be back when you change your mind. He steps down from the entrance to the tavern, makes a short gesture with his hand in a circle, and the rest of the grey-robed individuals fall in line behind him as they begin walking past you down the street. Just as he passes you, the person that talked to Endor throws you a quick glance before turning and passing.
Does he look familiar at all?
Give me a quick intelligence roll.
Um, 23.
You don't remember ever seeing this guy's face.
Okay. Going to head over to the tavern. Biting back the desire to just sneer after the group.
Yeah.
But I don't know how well I'm good at hiding that, but that's the general disdain, and making my way over to the tavern.
I'm just the humble female tabaxi servant of my master, Lady Ablin.
I've taught you well.
Endor still stands in the doorway, sort of waiting for you, and looking after the group just leaving.
What was all that about?
Well, they've been around these couple weeks, asking for participation. I wouldn't so much call it a donation, not even protective money. I don't know. Perhaps be a smart idea to invest in some guards for the tavern.
Yeah.
Let's talk about it inside.
All right.
Right. Well, business has been pretty decent. It's gone a little bit down in the past few days, but let's just start with I'll get you some mails. Just find a place and I'll be right back. As you've entered the tavern, just as you settle, as you can hear from the bag as mugs of ale are audibly filling, someone else knocks on the door.
I'll get it. I open the door.
You open the door at first slowly, but a sudden force pushes it from your hand, letting the door fly wide open. A man of smaller stature sort of ducks under your arm and rushes
Hey.
past you into the tavern.
Dude looks familiar, but I could just see this much before.
What? Who are you?
Right. Good evening, mercenaries of
Good morning.
Quartermates, or
Oh, it's
even
Mr.
fall. He makes air quotation marks. In investigator, Polythreme courier, a few questions. He
Yes, we do have
doesn't
some for
even
you,
really
actually.
wait for a response. Instead, just rounding the table and settling on the bench. Not so long ago, month and a half, you were in the employ of a city council member. Terran of the Order of the Lichen, is that correct?
What do you have to say about
Like, get up and
various
leave.
stories of the Polythreme Courier being different between the upper and lower districts?
In your time working there, did you notice odd behavior? Maybe some withholding of information, some secrecy?
Is it something that someone is leaning on you in the lower district or the upper district to alter the story?
The questions, please.
Yes.
They seem
questions,
anyway
please.
religious. They seem interested or affiliated with the Machine Heart.
Does the courier have any agenda with the Church of the Pyre, or is it covering for something religious of that nature? Why would you
Right,
ask about
so
religious
I have a
issues?
job, right, and that is investigating. I do not print the paper. Now, would you answer the questions, please?
Well,
Or
if
are
your
you
investigations
hiding something?
are not being printed, why would you do them?
That is a very good question.
Because someone has to do them. At this point, Endor, holding a row of mugs on his right arm, returns. For fuck's sake, Late. Told you to stop coming here and bothering the patrons. These are share owners too. Late keeps talking as if he didn't hear a single word of Endor's scolding. His eyes this time look more intense, more pressing. Did the Order of the Lycan have something to do with the Death Hog killings? Shortly after your employ there, Terran, at a council meeting, requested a small detachment of the Polythreme Guard for a mission in the lower district. These are all public record. He also wouldn't disclose the subject of said mission and was denied. This wasn't even a day before the killing started. I wanted to speak to you before, but of course, conveniently, you've been out of town for a few weeks. And from what I hear, in his absence, you were also involved with the well-known socialite and schemer, Viscount Vidar Siegfair?
You still haven't answered the question on why you're investigating if it's not going to be published. Personal interest, or you know someone that has fallen victim of these?
If you have any interest in the papers, then you know something's going on, and they're using you for something. I know how these things usually play out. You'll be the ones to take the fall if something goes wrong. Whatever they're scheming, whatever they're withholding,
when you say they, you are accusing, it sounds like, the Order of the Lycan.
well, certainly doesn't look good for them, does it?
I'm just trying to understand
So then,
your agenda here, sir.
are you admitting? Was there some sort of secrecy? Is there a connection between them and the Death Song? The Ghost Butcher murders, as they were initially called?
Sorry.
You see, I believe I know you're not the ones pulling the strings. I've done a fair bit of research on all of you. And if you care even a little for this town, or just yourselves, help me solve this thing.
Research, you say? Soleil tries to sound as female as possible. About us?
Well, I must admit, don't remember you on that list. But if you are part of Evenfall, then let me guess. Blue Tiger?
She looks around in the room. Can't say I've seen him or heard of him.
Come on, the signs are quite obvious. The Quartermain's mercenaries vanish from the city. A week later, this group Evenfall, conveniently having 3 of the same members, takes the Harvest Festival for themselves. And there's this tabaxi with a mask.
And you know this because the courier has agents with some harvest festival somewhere?
Cannot disclose my sources, but I have my sources. I am an investigator.
Yes, but who do you investigate for?
The people, the courier. As we always have. You don't want the ghost killings to be solved. You don't want the Death's Hog to be stopped. You don't want the people who are behind all of this. Their schemes laid open for everyone to know. Is that it?
Yeah, your boss would change the story anyway and print something else.
Yeah.
Well, then it wouldn't be printed. It would go to the right people, would it?
Who's the right people?
Yeah.
The council, everyone. I'll print them myself if I have to.
Ellen kind of like slams down her book that she was reading in like absolute irritation. Why on earth would any of us say anything to you when we don't even know a thing about you? You seem to already have all your own supposed answers.
That's why the questions. Perhaps you would have heard them if you had just stuck around.
Your questions? Or the questions of the people? Well, the people themselves seem rather divided right now.
Indeed.
The people are in fear. And this fear is being used. And this fear is being used with people like you.
Oh, people like me. Exactly what do you mean by that?
Even for mercenaries. Whatever you're doing, it is working clearly for the people behind this scheme. Do you think they care about you? Do you think they will not blame you for all of this? Do you not think they will throw you to the hounds if the jig is up? And trust you me, I will uncover this.
If we actually worked for such important people as you say, don't you think if you found out this, whatever truth you think is behind all this, would make you a #1 target and basically let you vanish within hours?
But that is the point, isn't it? I am so in the public eye. If I were to vanish, it would be too obvious.
He makes a good point here. Like, I've been reading the paper here for years. Has this guy's name been in consistent reporting? Like, do I know who this is?
Or the investigators or the people reporting themselves, none of them actually show up in the papers.
That's what I thought. I can't really say as I've heard of you, so... Yeah, like you say, you're from the Couriers, great, but... You got a badge? Like,
A badge?
press badge.
I have the mark.
Well, yeah, and lots of people have the mark.
Look, what is your actual intent?
As I've stated multiple times, clearing up the ghost butcher killings. They're serving some purpose. There is some secrecy behind it, and there are some council members involved. Now, I've been to the council floor. I have stated these concerns, as well as the censorship of the courier. But you know what they want? Proof. And you can help me get that proof. Because you have worked for the very same people sitting in the council that might be behind this thing.
We've worked for lots of people. Hardly means we have any pull. The problem I'm asking, or the question I'm asking right now...
It is not pull I'm
you-
looking for. It is information, as
Right.
the questions I have asked.
And
the
I'm
order of the
asking-
Lycan.
Do you care about the answers to your questions, or do you care about helping the people? Which is it?
The answers to the questions will help the people, because only the truth is what matters.
I hardly see where any of this comes to. The reality of the situation is that yes, we have done work for people as many mercenaries have. That doesn't mean that we have any information in particular.
We've
That's
also
what I'm
worked.
asking.
We've
Are you
also
looking
worked
to
for this
hire
gentleman
us?
here called Endor.
Did you notice as you were working for the Order of the Lichen. Secrecy behind the scenes. Did they withhold information? Did you notice any connections to the Death Song?
How many jobs have you worked?
Can hardly count all of them.
Right. When you work a job and you're asked to do a task, do you question every aspect of that task?
Well, an inquisitive mind does. I understand that you, mercenaries, perhaps shut yourself off to the more nuanced information that you receive. But any information you receive does lead to another piece of information. Need I remind you, it was right after your employ that
Well, I heard
Terran
you
at the
first
council meeting requested this detachment. So, first question. What was your job for the Order of the Lichen?
Why are you focused on this fairly short time period a ways ago when there seem to be some very large other stories that, yes, I agree, it sounds like from what I read in the paper, this Death Hog is somewhat of a problem in the mines, I guess. But, like, there's it seems like a great deal of tension between two major cities.
Of course.
Why is that not the story? Like, why are you focused on this thing?
What story is there to report on that? Everybody knows the situation. There is no secrecy
We know
behind that.
Really?
Small story with the Death's Hog. Do you understand that over 10 people have died to gruesome murders?
And you understand that tens of thousands could die in a war, right?
Yes, war is war.
And so the story of what is being done to prevent this war? I have not seen that in the paper.
There is no story as to what's being done to prevent this war, because nothing is being done to prevent this war. The council has their meetings, they talk about strategy and about diplomacy. All of this is public record.
Endor, do you have a moment?
Yeah, sure.
We have worked for you in the past, right?
Of course.
Have you anything to do with the murders?
No.
Oh, see? Proof.
Crazy.
Proof of what?
We have nothing to do with the murders.
I'm not saying you have anything to do with the murders. I'm saying you worked for the people that might have something to do with the murders. Give me your information on these people. The Order of the Lichen. As I might have to repeat, right after you did something for them, which, by the way, nobody can tell me what it was, Terran, the leader of the Order of the Lichen, requested at a council meeting a detachment of Polythreme Guard, highly unusual, for a mission in the lower district, a district that is not even under the purview of the Order of the Lichen. And this was a day before the ghost killings started.
Then ask him. I don't know anything about this.
You think I've not already done that? I've done all the digging there that I can. You are the only ones left.
That's why you're so desperate and come to us.
Of course. If I had better leads, I would be pursuing them right now.
Are you the one that's been asking questions to the Colors Coalition?
Yes. They are likely with it as well.
Right.
So, like, do you want to hire us to hunt
It
down
was
this
Cruster,
thing,
in
or-
fact, who pressured the Polythreme Guard against this article.
That sounds like quite a story.
It is not a story. You could ask anyone of the council meetings about that. He was citing public panic and inciting unrest. It's only because of the new authority that he holds in the lower district that they had to concede on that. What with your war that you're so fond of, they quite adamantly are against any unrest in the lower district, even if it is being done by people that clearly should not have the power that they hold.
As an investigator, how can people trust you when they give information to you?
Well, when you asked me on my sources in Antog Arc, I told you nothing.
Right.
And I will tell them nothing. All I need is proof.
But you have to also understand that part of mercenary work also relies on a bit of trust there, whether we have something to say or not. There's... that trust is broken, meaning we can't get work.
Yeah, this
If
comes
you're
back to
doing your
my
job
point.
Nobody
well-
needs to hear your name.
Well, that's the thing, though. That like, that is how we get business. Yes, it is. It's better for you if you want something to hire us to find something or to hunt down.
I am not
fraud
looking
or-
for witnesses. These can be manipulated. False memories can be implanted. I'm looking for hard proof. I'm not looking for your testimony. I'm looking for you to help me find a better lead.
Honestly, the only thing I can tell you is that we saw the writings in the newspaper and we were curious enough as to why there was still an issue when we left and seen some wording about it initially before leaving, so we were going to look into the matter. Just put some ears out. But that's the only thing we can really say about it.
Yeah, I can't say we have an interest in that we are mercenaries, and it would likely be lucrative to us to hunt it down if someone pays us to.
But as for
So what
what
you're saying
you're
is-
looking for,
During your time working for the Order of the Lycan,
Oh, currently.
can you say that you know of no connection to the ghost killings?
We weren't even working for the Order. We were working in the name of our friend Reginald.
True.
Well, he is your employer.
we don't go asking a bunch of questions.
I can't
We
help
just
but
do the
notice that you're tiptoeing around the question.
Well, sounds
Well,
almost like
because
you.
You'll no matter what we say, you're gonna twist it some way.
Is that
That's
a
what
yes
you did within
or a
this
no?
entire conversation.
So you are not aware of any connections?
I'm about to be aware of a connection of my face, your face, to my fist. Look, are you aware of anyone that wants to hire someone to solve these ghost killing? Because if we investigate it, then perhaps we would have answers, you see?
Roll me a persuasion roll.
Ooh. 29.
So, you're not willing to disclose of the connections that you know. How am I to trust you that you are really willing to help stop these murders?
I would argue that our lack of disclosure, perhaps some employers would ask this of us. And that is excellent evidence of our ability to complete jobs to specifications.
I love it.
Ask your friend Endor. I suppose we've done a job for him.
You weren't exactly Connor's friends.
Ask our friend Endor.
There's a noticeable pause in Blade's demeanor as he considers the offer.
I'm happy to help the city. That is what our reputation is built on, helping the city. If you're saying that the truth and getting it out there helps the city, spread a little truth to us. Perhaps we can go and find some more for you.
There is one other lead, but it is currently a mile beneath the city. I have no idea how to get there undetected, and I have no idea how to capture it.
You speak of the hog itself?
Yes,
Now see, that is where technical experts such as ourselves could be very helpful.
great. So, down into the mines. You'll accompany me. We'll capture the hog together.
Why can we capture a hog?
You want to capture
Why?
a killer that is
Yeah.
unknown about.
Do you have any better ideas?
Killing it? That's what we're good at.
If you think you can kill it, we should kill it. Either way, I'm sure it'll lead us to the culprit.
I mean, that sounds reasonable to me. Except
In either
for the
way,
you coming along
removing
part,
it
'cause
will do a great service to the city.
that we can agree on. It's the you coming along part. I guess you would need to see it for yourself.
Well,
I
yes.
understand that, but that's a great personal risk to you. It sounds like.
Me simply investigating the matter is a great personal risk to myself.
That's true enough.
So how does this work? Is there a contract involved? Do we just meet under the moonlight in the back roads?
It requires a bit more finesse than that. You're talking about getting into the mine, so we'll have to see what we can do about that first. And by all means, you can swing by Quartermains once we get all the details together. We'll have to see the best way of going about it. You have to understand, though, if you're accompanying us, it does require us, well, if we'd like to see you get out alive, as we've done this before, and we don't know what your skill set is and how well you are at keeping yourself alive. If we tell you to move or to stay back, you do that, and you have to listen to us. Otherwise, you'll just be going down to your death if it's something that's a mess.
I'm quite good at staying out of sight.
Oh, there you go, then.
I mean, you said you have good connections. Maybe you can find a way for us all to get down there.
I'm afraid they're not that good. You
I
see, the
would
people
imagine...
that could get me down there are also currently the people that don't want me down there.
Right, so you also have to make sure to not make a big scene. If we go on a somewhat above board way down. I am pretty sure it'll shut down real fast if we're able to get in and they see you. So, you've been asking enough questions around, I can imagine they don't really want you about. So we'll have to make sure, if we're going in not discreetly, that
Change
you're
of
not
face,
recognized.
of course.
Give us a day, see what we can do, and come by Quartermain's, tomorrow perhaps? And we'll let you know where we stand at that point.
Yeah.
Good. I'll be there first thing tomorrow.
Great.
He gets off the bench, sort of holding both hands on the table for a
Remember,
moment.
there will need to be payment. Jobs, payment. All right.
Very well, gentlemen. It's been a pleasure. And he begins trotting out the tavern.
I look at Ablin. Did he just call you and me a gentleman?
And Kara. Kara's sitting
And Kara too.
Yep, it's a turn of phrase, I suppose. I don't really care. As long as he's gone.
I will not talk a single word to this individual again, just so you know. He annoys me.
He's
Doesn't
annoying.
he seem to have the same goal as us, though?
Right.
No, I
We're
don't
already
know.
going to look into the matter.
And he seems to do it for the people, not for any dubious.
That's what he says, at least.
Yeah.
It's hard to say. There's too many different pulls and loyalties in the city right now to really say where his idealism lies.
My thought. Wait a moment. Endor, can we conduct our business?
Oh, yeah.
I don't want to particularly discuss more about any particular subject in a location that apparently someone who's good at not being seen. We saw
kind
him
of-
leave, yes, but you know.
Stares at his mug, which has just been sort of sitting in his hand for the last 10 minutes of you guys arguing. Just kind of puts it on the table to the side.
You seem to know him. What is your opinion, Endor?
I mean, he's nosy. I guess that's what you are as an investigator. Comes in here sometimes, bothering the patrons. Don't really want him here, but... Well, I mean, I guess we need people like him. Otherwise, no one is asking the questions, right?
But he seems like who he says he is.
Well, I know he works for the courier.
Okay.
But whether or not he's as great as he says he is, I don't know. He does seem to have the persistence that he speaks of.
I have nothing else. I admire his tenacity for finding his answers.
Indeed.
Right. But business has been going well here?
Yes, somewhat. Well, since the you've seen the banners, right? Church spreading out. It's been. They don't look too well upon imbibing, but the regulars have been around, so I have your share in the back. If you want, I can go fetch it real quick.
Fine. You also mentioned potentially needing to hire guards.
Well, so far I haven't seen those people you saw outside do anything. But they've been quite persistent, so doesn't seem like a bad idea.
Maybe for the best.
Also, you said
It'll
the
cut a little bit into profits, but I could see if I can hire someone.
sounds
It
good.
might be worthwhile.
Also, you said the regulars are still coming in. Have you seen Haribold lately?
He's been around, less so than before, but with the big church closing and all, he probably has fewer sermons to do in the city.
Okay, so he didn't mention anything particular that might be interesting.
Hasn't so far. I haven't asked him anything, really. Keeps to himself still.
Okay.
Have you noticed anything or dealt with anything regarding this ghost butcher yourself?
Not really. Been talk of the tavern for a few days, and then it sort of... You know how these things are. If they're around for a long time, they sort of start fading. There was a new big thing. The whole war thing was a big thing. It's whatever people talk about. Terrible thing, of course. Terrible thing. Just like the war.
The only thing we've really seen about it is the papers themselves, and
Well, it's a bit worrying about, you know, it being in the lower district, but if it's really in the mines, I suppose it's the coalition's problem now. Though I do feel bad for the miners and such. At least I personally won't have to worry about, you know, it barging into our doors.
right.
Mhm.
I did consider there was a few peddlers in town, you know, making magic circles and some such protect your home. And I was close to buying some of that protection, though. You know, whether or not that stuff works is always. It's not like the wizards are still in the city, so you could
Yeah.
ask them.
Yeah, unfortunately. Well, I think that pretty much answers our questions on him, though.
Should I bring your share?
Ah, sure.
He heads off into the back room, and a couple seconds later, he comes back out, holding a small chest, a lockbox that is quite heavy. He has to hold it with both hands, and as he places it on the table, it gives a little creak.
Before he fully made his way back, just saying, should we potentially give him some of these funds back
For gods.
for guards?
Yeah, sure.
At least protect our interest.
Yeah.
Then that was the only comment I wanted to give.
And he places a box containing 10,000 gold pieces on the table.
Wow.
Okay.
It was the right decision to do this deal.
Do you think you need any of this to hire on guards?
Well, this was a share of the profits. There is enough in the tavern that I could take care of it.
All right.
Very well. Thank you for the good work.
If it becomes an issue,
Well,
send word to us at Quartermains.
Of course. And,
Or if you
thank
get
you
more
for,
headache.
you know, returning the business.
Right.
A pleasure. And as you can see, if there had been any secrets about your business, it would be safe with us.
Well, that is good to know. Can I bring you anything else? Another round, perhaps?
Yeah, another round.
Give me some of that special ale, please.
And he brings you another round. With Soleil getting some of the special ale.
He looks at the others. What? It tastes good, okay?
Oh, yeah. I'm not much of a drinker myself.
I should probably try to stay sharp for any other meetings we may have today.
Can you please give me a constitution check, Soleil?
Sure. Save or check?
Check.
Con. Plus... Oh, it's a 2 anyway. Plus 3. It's a 5.
Five?
Yeah.
Okay. As you down the ale, it burns a little rougher down the throat, as if it has had more alcohol in it than usual. The taste remains the same. It's quite pleasant, but it doesn't quite invigorate you the same.
Ah, this is good.
Right. Whenever you're ready to go, we'll head off to our other meeting.
Hey, Kara.
Sorry, I didn't hear that.
I just said, hey, Kara. Hey, Kara. What do you think the guy from the courier would pay for this? And he takes out his sketchbook and shows you the page where there's a huge, perfectly drawn picture of Brago.
Holy shit.
Oh gosh.
You better not show him that.
I won't. Just...
Oh no.
I would just be interested, you know. This sketchbook in the wrong hands could be very weird. Just saying.
Yeah. Yep.
There's a lot going on in there.
Never allowed to show that to anybody.
Also, I
When
kind of
you
like...
write your memoirs.
Kinda like this new form. How was my performance? Did I sound ladylike?
Very ladylike.
When you were talking like a lady, you did, but you didn't the whole time.
Yeah, sometimes I still have to learn that. What if I take on a new name like the Black Panthers or something? But I have to think about it.
You know, he did make a good point about having some obvious connections between you being, you know, the being around us and being a cat. It's kind of
Maybe I shouldn't be like a tabaxi then.
right.
What about...
What would you guys like to have in this group?
the wonderful wolf?
A wolf? A wolf! He looks like really angry at you, Kara.
Just
Like
grin.
really angry. Like not even like he's not making like fun of the situation. He takes this very serious.
Sorry. Yeah.
I hope you are.
I mean, at this point, I'm not sure if it'll really matter. Anything you do is going to probably be known by this investigator. So you ought to put 2 and 2 together.
Well, it's like putting 4 and 4 together, you know what I mean?
I'm gonna keep changing until he doesn't know who's part of this group and who not.
But there's always going to be 4 of us. I
I
mean,
think in that case someone else should change for a while.
You could be a swap into someone who's been with us before.
oh, true, good point.
Or maybe I should just keep a certain distance from the group most of the time. Like walk behind you like 50 feet or something, and or move
I
over
think
the
we're really
roofs while you walk
overthinking
the
this.
streets. I mean, even this annoying guy easily made the connection.
Well, I think that's also what he does. He works on finding truths, finding information. Not everyone cares that much.
See, that's... where are we? We're headed somewhere, right?
We're making our way to Vidaris.
That's where I think he might actually be helpful for uncovering you-know-who about you-know-what. I'm just not even sure if that's a good idea to get him onto that.
Depends on, honestly, at the end of the day, where his motivations, loyalties, or if that comes from.
I'm sure that we'll find that out if he's down in a very dangerous situation with us.
Which I'm hoping.
Well, okay, we'll see then. And like a couple seconds later you can hear him talking to himself a little bit. And the only thing you can hear like is something like a wolf.
What about the fiendish fox?
No,
Oh my god, it's getting worse.
Have
Once
you ever
again.
smelled a fox?
You return to the
Terrible.
upper district.
Purple puppy?
What about the purple worm?
Purple puppy.
Yeah, isn't the purple worm, wasn't that like basically a small purple puppy when we saw it?
It's tinier than that.
Yeah.
Just mean as a name.
Return to the manor in black and white marble. The outer doors have been repaired. Of the scratches and scorch marks, no remains are to be found. As your hands reach out for the door, it already opens softly, as if the wind was enough to move it. Inside the ballroom, the darkness remains until the doors complete the arc of their swing. At which point each candle held in sconces and chandeliers flickers a flame. The hole in the ground is still there, just like before. The apparatus, however, the machine that attempted to trap you in illusions, is nowhere to be seen. Vidar stands beyond the ballroom's central dance floor, upon the raised level that surrounds it. His stature is more imposing than he was in his older form, yet he seems to have lost some of his grandeur and repose.
David R.
His eyes follow your movement as you make your way towards him. Without so much as a greeting, Vidar unfurls a large map of Kauron, adorned with all manner of symbols and marks. Quartermates, you have already done much, and the Council has recognized your efforts. Temporary markers are to be awarded to each of you. That will grant entrance to the upper district, and more importantly, the Council chamber floor. Should you have an appeal to make towards the Council, I would recommend you see me first. But you are free to state said appeal yourself. Additionally, I believe we are ready for the next step in our plan. I believe for us to receive further answers to the many questions plaguing us, we must seek the Archaeon. But, of course, it is not easy to be found. It may not even be above our continent at the current time. To approach, we need something else. The airship that crashed in the giant's forest is one of many that soared the skies in the golden age of magical tech. The upper district's loading towers are proof of that. Since the start of the Blight, airships have become catastrophically unreliable. At least those that rely on magical currents to fly. Those that were fast and carry weight. So, most of them. The problem lies with the engines. The Blight disrupts and distorts magical currents, and the engines become unstable, at times they stall, and the rest. In previous attempts to solve the problem, there was an attempt to counter it with redundant engines, but the extra weight did not help, and the redundant engines were no less unstable. Why do you think the lightning rail does not suffer the same problems? You rode with it.
Isn't it driven by, well, material fuel?
No. In fact, they are quite similar engines.
Oh.
It is quite simple though. It also has redundant engines, and they also stall and fail, just like the airships. It is just that the train has nowhere to fall. It simply continues rolling until the engines restart. So, the airship's main problem, that they cannot continue flight with their engines resetting, is weight. But I believe I may have found a solution to that issue. Vidar wanders around the heavy table, glancing at the map. There exists an alloy of mithril and strontium, a metal that likely originated from the elemental plane of air. There is a single place on Kauron where both these metals can be found, where the alloy is forged. A mountain that reaches from the enigmatic depths of mithril veins to the height of strontium lodes. Mount Aros, named for the cloud giant that once lay claim to the mountain as its lair. There lies a city within the mountain's depths, a city of dwarves. Even before the fall of the northern fort, contact had been sporadic at best. They cared little for Polythreme or the country, even with the Blight. With the Blight spread east towards the mountains, there is bound to be some trouble. They are likely suffering a similar crisis as we are. We are, however, going to need this alloy. I would have you travel to Aros and secure it. We know roughly the terrain above ground, and we know the blight has spread towards the foot of the mountains. Instead of sending you back there, towards the horrors of the blight, I would send you under the mountains. There lay an empire of dwarves once, stretched far in vast tunnels of caves and caverns. The dwarven cities were not particularly open to outsiders and closed themselves off, but with the current situation, perhaps there is leverage for both sides. The dwarves will not easily part with the ore and alloy. They will want something in return, and I will be more than happy to provide. I am willing to offer any and all riches they could want. Just make sure we get what we come for.
How much of this alloy are you looking for?
Precisely. It would be 30 tons at least. Enough to craft a hull. Having spare would be great, but that would depend greatly on what they have on offer. I suspect that even with the blight they have still been mining it. It is the only riches that the mountain provides. Though I'd wager they will not have had many people to trade with. Make sure you get at least 30 tons. Anything else will be extra.
I apologize if I don't quite understand, but what is the purpose of this airship?
Well, first,
Just to get to the Archeon?
if the airship works, it will greatly increase the range at which we can operate. Many more places we can reach, even possibly within blighted territory, without the need for the danger of travel. And yes, the Archeon is unapproachable without one.
Yeah, fair enough. It did rather seem like all roads pointed to the Archeon.
There are at least a few questions I need answered. And the only way towards them lies with the Archon.
You mentioned us traveling underground. Where would we access that point?
There is an entrance into the vast system of tunnels, not too far from here. It lies in the mountains, close to Polythreme, still within territory that has not been lost to the blight.
Are these dwarvish tunnels through the mountains?
They are, yes. Old routes of trade and
You said
strategic
the
route.
old empire was in those mountains?
Yes.
Is there a clear way to travel through the tunnels without getting potentially lost?
Yeah. Or, if the stories are to be believed, the dwarves lost their kingdom to some very less than nice dark elves.
The Drow Empire, yes.
Yes.
We do not exactly know what has become of them either. However, I'd wager a group such as you would have no trouble navigating the fragile diplomacy that this would require.
Oh,
Finding your way would be quite simple. You would have to only find your way north. There will of course be tunnels that have closed off. There will be tunnels that may be inaccessible, but it is a web. There will always be a tunnel that leads you right. Even if you have to go deeper.
And you mentioned to bring back at least 30 tons, right?
Well, I expect you wouldn't bring them personally.
Okay.
As long as you make the deal with the dwarves, they will find a way.
Yeah, okay. That makes sense then. I was about to ask how we were
Right.
supposed to do that. Also, for everyone else, for the first time, it seems like Soleil is like actually normally talking kind of to Varys here.
I suppose that we should probably try to, as usual, do things quickly. It seemed that the
Did I call him
outcome would be-
Varys, by the way?
You did, I wasn't...
It's Vidar. It's Vidar. It's not
I was
Varys.
I was like,
You know,
It's Vidar. I'm sorry.
Well, there is no great hurry on this other than it is how we continue.
with the business with the Dominion.
Of course.
Yes.
We're going to see if we couldn't look into the matter of the death hog.
The ghost, yes.
The boar. Brago, you call.
Yes.
Yes, I've read in the mines. I suppose there is worse places it could be.
Right. Personally invested in being an end to this creature, though.
Would you know of a way to get down there officially?
Currently, not so much. The balance of power has, in the council, as I learned yesterday, greatly shifted. Whereas in previous times, the upper district held most of the power, with the new silvery defenders of Polythreme, and the largest district being the provider of resources. It seems that a lot of influence has shifted to the Forge Masters, Krastor in particular. He's been closing off any way down there, legally, would have to go past him. So unless you can convince him personally, it is unlikely the council would provide any form of writ of passage. And of course he sits in the council.
Right.
We'll see if any of our own connections can pull us through, or be creative as we tend to do. There is an annoying investigator that we're probably dragging along with us. It's asking far too many questions, but it seemed the best route to go about it.
Annoying. That'll be late.
Yes.
He's written an article or two that was unflattering to myself. He has been making noise in the council these past few days. I am not surprised he would approach you as well.
Believes it's all one big conspiracy.
Which in a way it is,
Little
but not the way
does he know
thinks.
it is really a few conspiracies intermingling.
Right.
Perhaps he'll learn. He could make for an ally, though he has a propensity of sticking his nose where it shouldn't be.
You happen to know if any has any certain loyalties?
Well, the paper. Other than that, very little. Though I've heard since the censure, his loyalty has been tried.
It's good to know. Well, it can't hurt if we end up getting him on our side in the long run.
Even not
Be
on our
careful
side.
with him, especially with the knowledge you hold.
Right.
And the map I will also leave with you, though it will not help you particularly with your venture through the mountains. It is a strategic map that I had drafted up. You will see here the current spread of light, resources of interest, and efforts against the blight.
Right. How up to date is it?
As up to date as I could get.
Good to know.
If this reporter saw something down there or heard something down there, he shouldn't. Do you have any kind of scroll that might wipe a part of his memories, so to say?
There are ways to modify a memory. However, the only way to truly destroy a memory is to rip it from its soul. Even if you change someone's memory, it can eventually be recovered.
I see.
Yep.
Wouldn't want to go that far, though.
Only we could just get him focused on something more useful to us. I just don't know how to point him in such a direction without being too obvious. In other matters, I don't suppose you know how to capture a undead being of immaterial means.
Well, we have a similar vested interest together in the boar. If I had thought up a way already, I would have used it. There are temporary measures, but they only hold a couple of minutes at a time.
Yeah.
So, no, nothing concrete. There are creatures that can be bound by a magical circle. This method at least would last hours. However, commonly they only work on things that are not of this plane. Fae, fiends, and such. Whether or not it would work against a beast that has been altered in such a way, I would have my doubts. I would also not even know how to draft up such a circle.
If we can catch it and if we can kill it. You talked about separating the soul earlier, maybe
Right.
that is something
Well-
that is somehow possible.
It is certainly possible, though it may be hard. I've never attempted such a thing by not just outright killing a creature and capturing its soul. It is purely theoretical, you must understand.
Well,
Believe some of the theory in creating the boar was that it didn't have a soul.
Not a strong enough soul.
Beasts do have souls to an extent, though they are not as strong as sentient creatures. I believe there was a theory of souls by a mage, though of course I have no access.
Well, I think we'll have to figure out a plan for that first before we try to even go down there.
Do some research. Look around. We'll aim to head out to the mountains not too far out. See if we can't deal with this first. If not, we'll put it on hold again.
when do you expect us to leave for the dwarfs?
Whenever you're ready.
Right. Well, if you come across anything that you think might help, let us know. Otherwise, I think we know what our next steps are.
So we're heading out.
Like, I know that the, obviously, like, the wizards, like, left the city and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
But if
You should
there
ask
was...
Reginald about it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no. But if there was any place that would have any sort of like magical books, not necessarily books, but like books on magic and or rituals and things like that, is there a place in the city like that, or if it what existed, it's probably in like private libraries.
Most of it is in private libraries. There is the archives, though. In terms of magical knowledge, the archives would probably be somewhat shallow,
Mm.
not in, not too, into depth of
Mm-hmm.
the subject.
The place that we went for Istaville's to track Istaville's soul.
The observatory.
The observatory seemed maybe useful.
You mean to track Brago's soul?
They seem to know from like the little bit of Istaville's soul that we kind of had how soul things worked. It didn't seem totally foreign to them that could be a thing. So maybe someone there knows something about souls.
Like all my understanding of the boar, I wouldn't consider this a construct, correct?
Yes.
Yes, and it wouldn't be a construct?
Yes, you wouldn't.
Okay, thank you. Right, well, go back and look through our notes again. See what we can come up with. Still have to see about a way to head down into the mines anyways. So we could put forth our efforts to vote to sort those two matters out.
Yep. Don't have the best connection with the Colas Coalition. But
We did work with a foreman before.
yeah, the foreman and that fellow, I think Frederick was his name. It seemed alright.
So I was hoping to potentially go down that line of questioning to see if we couldn't discreetly handle some matters as we did before.
Right.
See where that gets us.
Also, there was this. How was he called? Jarek Karstein. That tried to recruit us for the Colas Coalition at some point.
Mm.
Yeah, I mean, it's possible that they would want to straight up hire us for it.
Yeah, maybe that would be a simple way to get down there.
We have kind of worked for him before. We stop by and say, hey, read about this thing.
Yeah, I mean, even then,
Wanna
that we
hire us?
still probably must go past this member of the what is this guy called
Press
again?
store.
The press store. But if we have the Colas Coalition behind us as a someone who
Right. Yeah, that we would
offered
work
us
with
the
them.
job, then maybe it would make things easier.
Yeah.
Also, I don't know the. Maybe it's making things harder actually, because the Colas Coalition can't be happy with this guy, right? They
I
are
think he's
probably
the head of
on.
it.
Oh, he was the head of it. Okay, I thought he like waltzed in and it was like, now I'm here and take care of things. But if he's the boss, then yeah, that.
I think he's because remember the coalition's always been a little bit kind of like a gang in that
Mm-hmm.
that even that field office was closely related. I can work on talking to them if wants to research the other things.
Yeah, I'll see if I can't find anything in my notes or come up with something, and maybe I'll look through Reginald's library.
Okay, so you return to Quartermains?
That's where I'm heading back.
Then I would say feel free to discuss your plans, and let's take like a 10-minute break.
Okay.
Sounds good.
Toilet break and some such, and I will be right back.
Yeah, I'll be right back too.
Yep, same.
Find the answer for all of our questions.
Mhm.
Do I have to roll for that?
Yeah,
Give
but
us
the-
a wish
the-
spell scroll.
Edgar, the case that I'm trying to unlock, I believe it to be like a word or phrase, correct?
Yes.
And technically, instead of going to Quartermains, I should go look for Esteva.
Mm-hmm. I was wondering about that too. Well, what does Soleil and Kara want to do?
I will follow you anywhere, Lady Ablin.
Oh my goodness. Is this
Rat's
what I
gonna get
sound like?
replaced.
Do I sound like? Oh my god. Self-awareness, what is this?
Whatever you say, ma'am.
Oh god. But I mean, does Soleil and Kara like wanna try to talk to somebody in the Colars? Do they? Oh yeah, right. I was still open to. Well, I mean, it's up to you, Kara. But I tried to talk to the other Deva, and apparently she only speaks Celestial. So I don't know if you were interested in more of a conversation with her, or
What do you want to know?
I. She might be helpful. As far as like I don't know, knowing things about the planes, about maybe the blight. I don't know.
I don't
Maybe
think
about
she knows
souls.
much more than I do.
Yeah. Do you think that she would know anything about trapping a soul or sending a soul somewhere?
Would that be knowledge that she might have? Or would Kara like know about that kind of stuff?
It would be unlikely.
Yeah. We were just tending to the souls, not
Right.
doing anything with them.
Gotcha. Hmm.
Soleil, is there something we should call you in this form?
Shalea.
Something like
We-
that. Or silly.
We can call him Leia. Beautiful. Silly or Leia?
Silaleia.
Yeah, no one will be able to figure out. That's
Yeah.
actually.
No connections there.
None.
But yeah, Leia. Probably.
Right?
Why do you need a disguise on a disguise on a disguise, though?
To make it harder for anyone to track me. I'm still a wanted criminal, at least over at Entok Arc.
I guess.
Okay, so I'm gonna go see if I can have a conversation with Istanbul. We need to see if we can't figure out any ways of dealing with a particular animal. We also have to see if we can't talk to anyone at the mine, or if Reginald's had any luck.
True.
So we can all go together or split up.
I think we should actually finally use this one.
Use what? Sorry.
Just posted a picture. But yeah.
Oh my.
Hmm.
Mm.
Do I want to know what Alvin has been searching in his off time?
Oh no.
Yeah, we should just send Leia in a... Yeah, perfect. Nothing can go wrong. I don't know.
I agree to that, Mr. Red.
Oh, this is creepy. I don't know. One of you two decide sometime. I don't know where to go from here.
Well, if we all want to head over and see if we can't talk to Istanbul, we can do that. Then I'm probably heading back to core domains. Depending on what I'm able to gather. To try and do some research. Should we all stay together then?
I'd say so, yeah.
Works for me.
Fair enough.
God damn it, Alan, why is it you who isn't finished loading this?
Oh no.
Your picture.
Stuck on 0% on my end.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, let's just give it some time.
We're gonna head then, I guess, to see if we can't track down Istanbul.
Okay, so you're headed to the Order of the Lycan.
This totally isn't suspicious to anyone following us.
Right? Nobody wanted to go anywhere else, so it's fine.
I mean, like, we can go to the mines, but I think we should just talk our way in when we need to talk our way in.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, so you head over to the Order of the Lichen.
On our way, look and see if anyone's following us.
Give me perception rolls.
Nine.
30, 20.
25.
As you walk down the streets of the Medial District, every now and then, even as you get the feeling that a person has been walking the same way as you for a long time, you see them sort of branch off somewhere else. You don't see anyone following you.
All right. Make our way then to the Order of the Light.
And you arrive at the familiar gates of the guild house of the Order of the Lichen.
I'll look expectantly over to Rhett to knock at the gate.
I, of course, approach not.
The outer gate opens as you see Ront opening the door.
Ah, quartermates.
Good to see you, Rond.
It's good to see you.
Trust
What
you're doing well.
brings you back? Have you been well?
We have a bit of unfinished business we thought we might discuss again.
Do I need to get Terran for that?
Actually, Istabel was hoping to have a word with.
Istabel is here. Though she has not managed to recuperate any of the memories of the more recent times.
I
Still.
expect as much, but she might be able to fill in some blanks all the same.
Very well then.
As to Terran, it's up to you. We wanted to discuss the assuming we're like inside the gates at this point.
Yeah.
The bit of business with Brago doesn't seem to be resolved.
So I've heard. But then again, might take some time.
Right, but we sort of feel responsible for that, and well, we're professionals. We don't like leaving loose ends, so thought we may look into it personally.
I would say do not mention it to Istabel, but that is the reason why you are here, is it not?
Indeed.
Then I should add that she too feels quite guilty. Especially not remembering.
It's sort of along those lines, but it's not necessarily quite as direct.
Then please take a seat at the table. It's just through the gate into the hall. And I will go fetch Istabel.
Appreciate it.
You take your place, and a minute or so later, through one of the side entrances. Rond returns. And as he moves to the side behind him, you see the smaller frame of Easterwood. She takes a short bow and turns to look at you. You wanted something?
Hoping to have a conversation with you if you don't mind.
Of course.
I understand that you still have some missing memories of sorts, and trying to look into that a bit. Just through various holes or notes or anything like that that we came upon. And I was curious if you happen to know, and I apologize if this is more of a personal question, but if you had to create a code or set a phrase, do you know what you might have gone with? Is there
I
something that you would normally
must
use?
admit that, well, it would usually be something to do with the research I'd be doing at the time. Though I must admit that, as I do not remember doing this research, I must have been in a different frame of mind. At the moment, as I am, I wouldn't think to research what I did. So I'm not quite sure what had driven me.
So it's possible there was an outside force driving you?
I believe it may have been circumstance.
Entirely understandable.
What of the lock itself? Would you use a consistent pattern, or spell, engraving work, no matter what research you were using? Or what research you were doing, rather?
I would likely choose a phrase, something that is key to the research itself, or perhaps a single word.
I guess I'm more asking, would there be any weakness in the lock itself? Not the combination.
Magically, there
Yes.
are a few spells that could break my locks.
Such
None that
as-
I personally know. The knock spell should suffice. Or anything greater.
Does
My
that
locks
help?
usually only serve the purpose of maintaining privacy from laymen, common folk. I would not have expected to be targeted by a wizard or someone with high magical potential.
Does that help, ma'am?
It might. Or trying to see if I can't help along with some answers.
Right, sure.
Curious, it sounds if you've had any luck at all, or what methods you've gone about trying to retrieve your memories.
I have tried immersing myself in the situation I'd been in, though painful as the thought was. It could not conjure the memories I had at the time. I have tried a few remedies available to us here at the Order, though nothing we have here is inherently invasively magical. I must admit that I have also tried praying to the god of knowledge and memories and forgetfulness, though that, as much as anything else, has been fruitless.
Is it something that you want to retrieve? Or are you content to leave it in the past?
Perhaps part of the problem is an internal struggle. As much as I want to atone, make things right, which these memories could lead to, I perhaps am afraid of falling back into the mindset I was in if I unlock my own memories. If I remember the pain that drove me to do these things, it could drive me to do these things again.
Fair enough. I'll continue looking on my end to see if I can't help fill in any of the gaps, but see if you can't decide for yourself if we're able to find the answers you're looking for, if you want to know them or not.
I will.
Otherwise, this has actually been a helpful conversation and I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Not only for what you did, but what you are doing. I know it cannot be easy, even though it should be my or our responsibility.
I think we all have decisions and choices that we've made in the past that have put us in the roads that we're on currently. And so we're all responsible in our own way. So I don't need to take up any more of your time.
Yes. The point is that, at least together, we are trying to do something about it.
Is there anything else we might help you with?
We were looking at seeing if we couldn't perhaps go after the creature. But as it stands, from what we can see in the paper, it seems to be have shifted to the mines. Does that seem accurate from what you would understand?
Yes, I've heard of the problems with the paper. I was there at the council meeting. It is regrettable what has happened, but I suppose times change people.
That's fair enough. Just wanted to see if the information lined up.
Catherine doing okay? He says
She is.
in his normal voice, by the way.
She
He looks at you a little bit like with like a side eye.
is currently out with Rond. There are still loose ends to be tied up, and we haven't given up on trying to keep Polythreme safe from at least the threat that lichens may provide.
It's an admirable goal.
It is the charge we took up when we moved to the city, and it is one we will keep to.
Also, Beggar, now that I'm wearing this Bloodhound amulet, how does it smell in this place?
Well,
I fear it might be uncomfortable for Soleil.
it definitely smells more doggish than you would like.
Mm-hmm.
It's not quite as bad as the one druid lichen smelled. You don't smell wet dog, but there's definitely an after scent.
Okay. Good thing he can hide his facial expression behind the illusion.
Right. I don't suppose you've learned any more about the people that interfered. That we fought, I mean,
You mean at the Grove?
at the Grove, yes.
No. Well, with what happened, it fell to us to make the report. The Grove has since moved further north, and there's no retaliation been spoken of, so we thought it would be best to leave things as they are.
Makes sense. It was just a very unusual circumstance, so
It was a clashing of ideologies, perhaps.
yes, there seems to be a lot of that going around the world right now. Well, I suppose we shouldn't take any more of your time.
It's
Well,
fine.
sorry, go ahead.
Head out.
Yeah,
But where to?
exactly.
I think Evelyn wants to head back to Quartermains.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want to try to get a knock spell?
I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, Becker, but something like a spell scroll
Mm-hmm.
would be incredibly difficult to find in the city since the wizards have left.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
The only person that I can
Though-
imagine would have one would be like Vidar.
There is... The city is not entirely without wizards.
Hmm.
There's Vidar, there's Reginald, and there is another that sits on the council.
Yeah.
Have we heard
I'll,
their name yet?
You have, and I totally remember their
Mhm.
name. I am totally not opening the notes to find out the name.
That's good then. It's always good to have them in your head, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, of course.
You know when you're like flipping through the index cards in your mind?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Like, what is it called? Like a photography, a photo. What is the English term for that? Like, you remember everything like a picture in your head.
Photographic memory, I guess.
Yes.
Photographic
yeah,
memory,
photographic
yeah.
memory.
That's what you have. So you're basically going through all those pictures right now.
Mm-hmm.
Of course.
Yo, you remember when we stole that ambergris from a gang in the lower side?
Mm.
Whatever happened?
The drugs? Thava had them.
Yeah, I know.
I don't think she ever gave them back to us.
No,
Oh yeah, I wonder how the Bayside Butchers and the Crowns are doing
Yeah, exactly.
with the old hag and the big eye as their bosses. That was the time when I still took good notes.
Right.
Thanks, Beggar.
Always.
Yeah, I know I want to go back to Quartermain's and start doing some research and digging through maybe Reginald's library.
Mm-hmm. What on?
Anything I can find to do with undead or the blight or ways like anything to do with binding them or just general research, just kind of scouring any of his books to see if there's anything that could possibly help in this situation of
Pertaining to Brago?
pertaining to
specifically?
Brago
Or- okay.
specifically, yeah. Anything along the lines of like, oh well, this might work, or this sort of ritual or spell might be the way to go about it. Is at least going to be my first attempt.
Will it
Then
take a
I'll have to
while?
go back. Yeah,
So Red.
Reginald has a big library.
Depending on how much of the day you take, the more you'd obviously realize in the library.
So Red and Kara, maybe you want to check out the Colas Coalition in the meantime.
Yeah, we could.
Sure.
Before we leave the house, by the way, the guild, I'm going to turn to Catherine
Oh,
and look at Kara. This is the closest thing you'll ever get. And he leaves.
Just so long as you don't bite me.
That took me a moment
Yes.
there. That took me a moment. Oh god. Yeah.
okay. Evelyn, would you please give me an intelligence check?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm guessing you would do research for the rest of the day?
Yes.
The library pertaining on the subject of the blight is extremely light. Most of the books in Reginald's library seem to be from the time before the blight. As pertaining to souls,
22.
22. You learn of the spell Soul Cage. Though, obviously, unfortunately, in the case of Soul Cage, it does require the subject to die. In fact, most of the spells that talk about trapping a soul either mention rituals in lieu with some sort of patron or demon, or requiring the subject to die. There are also a lot of theories on the nature and the energy of souls, but nothing that specifically would help you in the circumstance.
I'm assuming that's taking the rest of the day for.
Mm-hmm.
So y'all have fun. I'm just ignoring an angel in the library.
Okay, so where do the rest of you head?
You know, well, we can head to the Kohlers, but I was just thinking, what Bedard just told us, it might, and that I've just realized that I can't actually speak that many languages, it might be kind of nice to have something that could let us talk to, like, dwarves or drow. So if we were to swing by and use our gold membership to say, hey, you have any, like, necklaces or translation or something like that?
Mm-hmm.
Might be kind of nice to, like, get them looking for something.
Well, you can definitely ask. As far as I remember, I think they took them quite some time to actually get something if they didn't have it in stock.
Right.
So that if they don't have it, then I don't think we can get it before we leave. But we can give it a try and ask.
Right, that's what I was kind of thinking. It'd be surely useful in the future as well. So, if you don't mind, let's head to the Emporium real quick.
Okay.
Kind of close to the.
You head down to the lower district and head straight towards the Emporium, which is close to the central shaft. So as soon as the chain cage rattles open, you're pretty much already there.
So I will go in, find one of the attendants.
Welcome back, sir. Would you like to use your store credit?
Oh, I don't think so. I was actually looking to use the gold membership to see if you could look into acquiring a certain item.
Of course. What would you like us to look for?
I'm looking for an item of some kind that would allow me to speak and understand other languages.
Mm-hmm. And do you care at all about the cost of said item?
Oh, I don't know. I suppose somewhere under 10,000 would be excellent, but
Of course. And do you care at all how the item looks or fits?
no.
Mm-hmm. Anything else?
Janky looking mask.
I mean, now that we're here, do you have, or maybe you can, look out for some kind of voice modulating item.
A changing of voice.
Can be mechanical, doesn't even have to be magical, if that happens to exist. Just something that can change your
Well,
voice
we
in
do
different ways.
specialize on magical.
Okay, then look
I-
out for those.
I'm not quite sure how you would do that mechanically. I suppose you could by stretching the mouth, but that would be quite funny. We'll take a look. Similar questions. Do you care at all about the cost? Do you have a limit?
Same as this, maybe even lower. Probably below 5,000 something.
Of course.
You wouldn't, by any chance, just randomly know of an item that could just like suck something in and hold it permanently? Would ya? Is that something that even exists?
Ghostbusters!
Suck something in and hold it permanently. Well, do you need to access it again afterwards?
No, I don't think so.
Well, if you are looking to capture something to destroy it, there is a bag of devouring.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
Though, of course, those are quite rare and quite dangerous. They're not commonly traded.
It's probably too much than we're looking to spend anyway. But listen, if you do ever hear about something being traded like that, I suppose we would probably pay you to even hear that information.
Of course.
Very good. Well, I think that's about all I had.
Yep.
You can leave word if you do find any of those items at Quartermain's.
Quartermains, that would be in the medial district.
Medial district, right.
Very well. We will send a runner.
All right, thank you. Off to the mines then?
Yes.
As we head toward the mines, can we see if there are the usual crowds that indicate the mines are still being worked?
Oh, I mean, as you head towards the mines, as usual, you can tell when you're getting near the great gates to the mine. As multiple large streets converge, each one adds a staggering amount of people to the steady tide rolling down the main road. As you know, the mines do not close. There's always work to be done, and there's always workers to do it. The sheer number of people now sort of pushing into this street indicates that you're also close to shift change. As you keep heading towards the mines, the crowd keeps growing and growing in mass, to the point that it becomes almost worrisome. With so many people in a confined space, should anything happen, it could turn into a stampede. But then finally, as you get closer, the crowd begins to disperse, as it spills into the open plaza at the mine's entrance. The sea of people stretches all the way towards the gates. where the workers begin to form lines from their chaotic stream. It's almost fascinating to watch how the roiling mass begins to find order in itself without any particular direction. Although what direction there is quite obvious. The silvery guardians and their single lantern eyes stand across the open space, and unsurprisingly, the crowd gravitates far around them, leaving ample space.
Does it look like the big things are scanning the crowd?
As you stand and sort of just look at them, they seem to not be moving at all. Their eyes themselves are just these almost beams of light, but there's no visible movement to them.
Are the beams of light reminiscent of the thing that we fought in Vidar's basement?
They are reminiscent as much as they are a light, but they're nowhere near as bright. It's not like a cone, not like a searchlight that actually radiates light. It's more just like a bright lantern.
Maybe we should ask one of the workers here where to find Jarek Karstein or someone of his rank.
Yeah, well, he's going to be up in the office. We've been into the office before.
Right.
The office is the large building to your right. You can see the crowd streaming towards its outer offices to get, signed up, registered, to go work in the mines, though there are other entrances for other matters.
We could head directly over there. We do know where kind of the side door is.
Right here.
That's the side door to the mine?
Mm-hmm. It's where you went down last time.
Yeah, I guess we go to the office first here, right?
Okay, you push your way through the crowd, sort of to the side where the crowd's push begins to lessen because it's not right at the registration. And you step inside this very large hall that is propped up by pillars. You can see up to the multiple levels of offices. And there is a large counter with multiple attendants right in the middle of it.
Suppose we shall approach the attendants.
Unlike last time, there isn't a huge line in front of each of the counters. However, there's quite a few people that stand in front of you before you finally get your turn. Evening, sirs. How may I help you?
Good evening. We were actually looking for an audience with one of the mid-level administrators, a man by the name of
Mhm.
Jarek.
Karstein is currently out of house.
I see. Would there be someone who is his equivalent available?
Well, Karstein is the executive administrator, I suppose.
Right.
The only one who would be close would be his assistant.
Could we speak to his assistant then?
Mr. Karstein's assistant is currently out of house.
I see.
Is there anything else I can help
who
you
is
with?
making administrative decisions at the moment?
You could always speak to the Forge Masters.
And are they in house?
The Forge Masters are at the forges, sir.
I see. Thank you.
Anything else I can help you with?
Maybe tell us where Kaufstein is then.
Mr. Karstein is currently out of house.
Where out of house?
I'm not at liberty to disclose that.
Okay. Thought so.
Could you perhaps it might not be their level of a matter. Is one of the I don't know, maybe Frederick or the foreman available that deals with lower level type of mine and security type matters?
Of course. Frederick is in house. Which kind of foreman? Do you have a name?
I don't. Why don't we just talk to Frederick and perhaps he will point us to the right person?
Of course. I will get Frederick for you then. Please wait by the side entrance. She points to the side of the large hall where, next to one of the side entrances, a large row of benches lies. There's already a lot of people on these benches, but there's a little bit of space left. How long are you willing to wait?
I guess I would be willing to wait like half an hour before I go back up to the desk.
Okay. It only takes, then, 20 or so minutes, even though it is quite a long time, before, through the side entrance from the outside, Frederick steps inside. Hey, someone wanted something from me?
Frederick, yes, over here.
Oh, you lot. So, what do you want?
Sorry to come to you, and I don't quite know who to talk to exactly. We were hearing about
It's alright, gives me a break.
something going on in the mines that might perhaps require our skill set.
You see him narrow his eyes. Aye, and what would you be talking about?
Well, that's why we came down to, I don't know, discuss with some security foreman or something, but we didn't know who that was, and
Let's, maybe talk outside.
Sure, yeah.
He walks outside and begins pushing through the crowd. He's quite fast. Due to his small stature, it's almost hard to keep up. Eventually, he pushes through the crowd and out towards a large row of feeding throws where these large rams pulling the carts are currently feeding. Alright, so there's ears around here. Probably due to the stink. You're talking about the killing thing.
Right.
I disconnected.
So, anyone ask for you?
Not specifically, but we do look for work.
Well,
That's
I can tell you that
technology.
there's no work to be had here. This is kind of off the books. We're not supposed to talk about it. But you did do us a service, so here we are talking about it.
Oh, sorry, I didn't know it wasn't a talked about thing. We just got back from another job, you see, so we're just looking for another job.
Aye.
You understand?
Pretty hush-hush. Not supposed to go down to the lowest level currently.
Oh, okay. I'm a little confused, to be honest. It seems like something that... If it got cleared up, wouldn't that be a good thing, though?
Well, you say move a little bit closer. There's been a couple miners gone missing. Usually, we'd be talking to Karstein about it. But you see, he hasn't been in town for a week and a half. At all. No one's seen him. Orders from higher up top are to just not talk about it. And not to go to the lower level. If you're asking me, it kinda reeks. But then again, my miners are not in the lowest level now, so suppose you could say problem solved. But not quite, is it?
Well, yeah.
There's a lot of coal still down in the lower mines, and well, I've noticed that despite us not being able to go to the lower levels, production has been the same. It seems like someone is still mining down there. Ain't my crew, but it's gotta be someone's crew.
I thought the crews were all pretty, well, I mean, open to everybody. I thought that was kind of the whole gist of the coalition, To work
Yeah.
with people, type of...
Well, still, there's only so much coal available. Even with more miners, it's not more coal.
Right.
So someone's down there. Getting the coal.
That's pretty strange.
Now you tell me.
If we were to want to look into the lower level, not to talk about it, you understand, but just to, well, deal with the problem, you think we might be able to, still get in down there?
We talking off the books now.
I look around. I don't see or smell any books around here.
You see him sort of chewing his lower lip for a while. Give me a persuasion roll.
Still a 15.
I
Wait.
trust you for the people you saved.
Take it.
Oh, a snip!
Oh,
A snip
he's
is being
re-rolling.
used!
Ah!
That's better.
It's better. So 19.
Okay. Well, there's maybe something I can do. I could make it so the service elevator has a little bit of a scheduling issue. It's hardly used right now anyways. Nobody will notice if the attending miner has a little mishap. Nothing serious, just some laxatives.
Mm-hmm. That sounds like that would be useful.
Well, side entrance will be unattended. If someone were to get inside, since the outer door is open, they could potentially get to the bottom with a service elevator. Of course, he can't quite get you there. You'd have to go yourself.
Of course. And, when do you think this, gentleman may need a bathroom break, shall we say?
When do you need the gentleman to take his bathroom break?
I kind of look at Sway and Kara. Like this time tomorrow? Shift change in the evening? I don't know.
Yeah, if we
I
do
can
it,
make
we're
it
gonna
for
do
a
it
couple.
soon.
Can make it last for a couple of hours.
What were you saying, Sway?
Yeah, if we're gonna do it, we're gonna do it soon, because we have other matters to attend to. So,
All right,
tomorrow sounds good.
Tomorrow. And
We'll let you know if you don't need to, at least by noon.
no word of this to anyone, right? Especially not those silver fellows.
Sorry, I forgot what we were talking about.
No word of this to anyone.
Right.
Secrecy, yes. And don't let those silver fellows get you. The big ones.
Yes, of course.
Mm.
And,
We
Well,
never
what-
talked.
of course. I remember what you said. There is no security work needed down here.
Well, it was great catching up with you, but unfortunately, since there's no work, I should really get back to mine.
Of course.
We're gonna drink a beer for you too, then.
I make sure you won't need one after. You see him head back towards the mines.
That wouldn't surprise anyone well.
Yeah. I'm glad you remembered his name and asked for him.
Well, to be fair, he was kind of the only decent one the first time, too.
That is true.
Hopefully we have a way to deal with it.
Yeah, that, and now that we know that there might be a team working down there, we have to be careful when we get there.
Right. Could be it's already been dealt with and it's just an excuse at this point. I am somewhat concerned about that from what he just said. Suppose we'll find out.
Exactly.
Shall we head back?
Yes. Was Kara with us too the whole time, by the way?
Yeah, she was just kind of standing in the back, not really paying attention.
Like, since Soleil is still looking like Catherine, on the way back, he leans over to you. This lady on that desk. She greeted us with "Hello, sirs." What am I doing wrong?
It's your masculine energy.
He takes that quite literally and is like looking at himself and is like, what can I do to stop it?
Shrugs.
Guess I'm gonna have to turn into male fakes then, I guess. For now.
It's probably something about the way you walk. You got a certain, like, swagger. I don't know.
You mean I should walk more like this? And he tries to imitate. Like... like a woman that is like a bartender and tries to swing her hips as much as possible.
Yeah.
I definitely think you should walk around more like that.
Yeah, it helps.
God damn it, you guys.
I just whispered to her, it doesn't help.
Oh, but it's funny.
It is funny.
Okay, so yeah, most of the way I guess you can see Catherine try and walk funnily.
Oh no.
Which totally doesn't fit her style at all. If we sat on the same table right now, I would stand up and, like... Let's just say we would have a huge laugh in this. Okay, so we go back to Quartermains. And let Abelin know, I guess.
Mm-hmm. You return to Quartermains. At this point, with whole trip down to the very edge of the lower district towards the mines, probably would have taken you about 2 hours there, 2 hours back. It would probably be late afternoon, early evening at this point, and Evelyn, you'd be close to finishing up your research.
Okay.
I'll check in real quick, but I want to interrupt it once I see that she's still in the middle of research.
She'll be in the library with books and notes and scribbles of paper all around her.
Just walk in and be like, oh, progress?
Not as much as I'd like.
We have a way if we need it, but it's variable if we don't.
Right. Good to know. I'll see if I can't find anything. Before we go that route, time frame?
Tomorrow night, about the same time.
Oh, alright.
But we variable if I need to, delay it further.
Alright, let's see how far I get then.
Okay. I'll nod to our friend that I can't talk to.
I'll look confusedly at you, like, what are you not? Oh. Right. There's someone else in the room.
Yeah.
Back to my notes.
She nods back.
I guess I'll go talk to Kara, or we can all hang out on the balcony or something. I don't know.
You want to do anything before ending the day, taking a long rest, and heading out in the morning?
Soleil's walking back and forth in his room and tries to imitate a woman's walk. He's training hard.
Like you would walk on the cat walk?
Yeah, baby. And he's even pondering about buying like actual clothes, like maybe a dress and some higher shoes or something to like get into it more. He's pondering how to get better at this.
After finishing research on books,
Exactly like that.
It's so good. I love everything about that. I'll probably take all of my notes that I have from Istavel. And like head down to like my workspace in the lower floor and try and see if I can't have any luck with like the bits and pieces that I have of like, oh, the strange tooth and things like that, trying to see if there's any way that I can create like chemical reactions or ways to like break down the like different blood or samples that I've come across from like the werewolf and vampires and things like that, looking for just another solution.
Mm-hmm. What do you have to experiment on?
Yes.
I know you have the tooth.
I have multiple teeth. I have, let's see, the altered fish tooth, the altered pig tooth,
Mm-hmm.
I have Dust of Vidar. I have Thava's Piece of Tail. Let's see. What else do I have? I mean, I'd probably even go so far as like a drastic stretch of like some of the like Death Knight, so the Silvery Blood, like trying to see if there's things that I can get to break those kind of things down.
Mm-hmm.
But using all of those in various methods to try and see if I can't come up with anything. Does it look like it's... And then like spending time identifying and seeing, oh, I'll try this, and then identify, am I still picking up any curse connected to anything? I know it's a long stretch.
From the teeth, you can tell that there's a sort of residual there. Though, as you try to sort of distill it or break it down, it becomes very clear that from the teeth you won't get much. They were definitely altered by whatever happened in the transformation, but they are not really part of what caused the transformation.
Oh, and I have a
They are
vial of
merely
Catherine's
like
blood still too.
a result of the transformation.
Mm-hmm.
One thing you find out about the silvery blood is that even at the highest temperature you can muster, it does not boil. And you have Catherine's blood, you said?
I do. I have still a couple vials of her blood, which are probably like long congealed at this point in time, but I still have them.
I'd say that following what you learned the night before, you managed to somewhat follow the method of separating the red blood cells from the blood after rehydrating the blood. Though the resulting blood is not quite as you'd hoped, as it is quite lifeless. You can see roughly how Istabel went about it, at least her experiments with the blood.
Okay. And I will work on that for as long as I can stay awake through the evening.
Mm-hmm. Does anyone else do anything?
Yeah, I'll go talk to Kara again. It seems like you're a bit more quiet today. Have you thought any more about, I don't know, what we talked about as far as the garden and...
Oh, I just don't think there's much that can be done about it. We haven't really come any closer.
Right. And I can't think of anything in particular that we can do to get closer at this point.
Seems like the only ones that know more are the guys who attacked us.
Yeah. I guess I was also more wondering just... I don't know how you were feeling about it. It seemed like it upset you quite a bit.
Just kind of shrugs and takes a drink.
Yeah. This is what I mean. I know we've talked about it before, but like, just trying to drink away your problems is, you gotta do something else.
What else?
I do not know how else you can go about solving your own problems or your feelings about your problem. But like, you can't keep. You can't keep like poisoning yourself every night. It's. And believe me, I understand. We've all at this point done some things that we regret or are guilty for, or I don't know.
Has your whole plane of existence been
No,
destroyed?
no, it has not.
Cast you out. I thought so.
But I don't really care though. Look. I care about you. You know, I don't want you to drink yourself to death. I realized that was your whole plane of existence being destroyed is pretty fucked, to be honest.
I'm pretty sure I've come closer to dying fighting than drinking.
Yes, certainly. Again, not quite what I mean in that, I don't know, just giving up on life is another way to die that is... I don't want to see you go down that road. Do you understand what I mean?
Maybe.
I don't know what it'll take. I don't know if even what we're doing, like going out and fighting and killing every couple days, is even helpful for you. I don't know what you need. I want to help you with it.
Do something. I need to know what can be done.
Yeah. I don't know where to start helping you with that, though.
Yeah.
So that's why I was gonna try to talk to your friend, or I feel like that's something you need to lead. Not I don't know. I don't even know where to start with that.
Maybe I should talk to her.
I mean, I would say it can't hurt, but it probably will. So I'll be there with you if you need it.
Odds.
So you gonna put down the bottle and go talk to her then?
She takes like another big gulp and then puts down the bottle. Sure.
Alright. I'm gonna get Slay so he can do silly walks so it doesn't get too heavy. He can be comic relief, don't you?
We can give him tips.
True, true. Oh, Leia.
Do you just come in or knock
Yeah.
on the door, or you just come in? Okay. Yeah, as you come in, you just see the normal Soleil. walking back and forth in the room and trying to look as feminine as possible.
We are going to borrow our friend in the library.
Yeah, as he hears your voice, he's just like sitting down very quickly. And oh, hey there. What do you want to do?
We were going to talk to our friend in the library. I mean, we'll probably talk to her out of the library.
Okay. Sounds interesting.
Yeah. Kara, why don't Evelyn's working in here? Can you just ask her to come, like, hang out?
Oh,
on the
sorry.
porch or
I'm not in
something?
there anymore. She's down here.
Evelyn's gone.
Kara just kind of sits down awkwardly.
She looks worried as all of you surround her. What's,
You know,
what's going on? She says in celestial salty.
I know. I was about to talk to Kara. You know, Kara, you could also, teach her common, because you apparently know it.
Yeah.
Just a thought.
Or you could learn Celestial.
I tried. I'm not that smart. But I mean, if you're offering to teach me a Celestial, by all means.
Yeah, maybe it would be better to teach her common.
Uh-huh.
The man with the hat didn't come when I slept. Did he decide otherwise?
I'm sure Kara knows about that thing, like that he wanted to visit her.
Yeah.
Which,
it's
out
that-
of context, that sentence is something else.
Just like glances at Rhett, like, what were you gonna do when she was asleep?
Converse in her dream. Yes, I know. I know how it sounds.
Well, why didn't you?
Apparently I didn't know that she slept during the middle of the day. Like I said, not that smart. I guess I should have asked.
He didn't know when you were asleep.
Oh. The wizard knows. And the cook?
Right. Do you still wanna do that, Brett?
I don't. No, I mean, you can translate just fine. If you don't mind translating.
Sure.
Is there anything I can help you with?
Well, it just kind of looks at Rhett like what to ask.
Well, what we just talked about, where do you start? I don't... Like I said, I think this is something you need to lead, not me.
We're just trying to find a way to figure out how to get back or to do something that helps.
I haven't been thinking of anything else. There must be something we can do. There are gods, other gods. Maybe they would listen. I've tried praying, but I do not know how it works.
She'll ask Rest, do you know if other gods might help? Maybe some clerics could help us?
Maybe. Seems like we were on alright terms with the Church of the Flame people, but I don't know if that's exactly who you'd want to go to. I know there are other temples and churches and whatnot, though I'm not sure how. Like we talked about before, I'm not sure how involved the gods are, given that they're kind of letting the blight spread across the whole everywhere.
Yeah.
What about the gates and stuff? Was there ever a gate to the garden? Like the planar gate, like Reginald talked about? There was some other planar gates to somewhere, and
I assume so.
The garden is one of the few planes that had no direct connection. As, let's see. Actually, Kara would probably know. The garden itself is not a full plane. It's not just like a spatial plane. The garden itself is a demi-plane of sorts.
ooh, here's a thought I had. So the two of you are here on this plane, right? But clearly you serve the garden. Are there others like you that serve other places, or you made a deal with something? Would that something also have representatives here? Like you represent the garden here, would whatever's taken over the garden have something going on here?
You wouldn't consider the thing that you made the deal with a deity in particular. Coupled with the fact that it was imprisoned, it's unlikely that it had any followers of sorts. At least pre-existing ones.
I don't think that will work. The creature can, or that thing cannot be trusted either.
Does your friend have any ideas about other, I don't know,
Have you been relaying this back and forth?
More or less.
Okay. She seems deep in thought, but as you mention her having ideas, she looks up. I read about gods. You can approach them, at least in stories. Maybe we have to talk with someone directly.
A god?
She looks around, somewhat confused. Is that strange?
On this plane? I think so.
Oh, I see.
This plane is disconnected from the gods. Or at least they don't seem to pay much attention.
Did the garden have any gods who were you considered allies or something like that?
And the garden itself was kind of a god, right?
Yes.
Could we contact other gods? Or are we not?
You'd not really had much to do with other gods' planes. So, at most, you'd have knowledge of other gods and other planes, because souls, before they could enter the garden, would be claimed by other gods. But directly, you would have had no interaction with them.
The people we were fighting, they said that they needed access to the angel to access the garden, right?
That's what it sounded like, yeah.
So it seems like they do know a way to access it.
Could be, yep. Oh, that's a good question. Are there any more of you? Or angels, I mean? Down here, you know, the two of you are obviously safe, but we wouldn't want them to
Probably
get there
would've
first.
heard of them.
I don't know. The wizard said they might have gone elsewhere,
Right.
or not. And she goes a little bit more quiet. Or not made it.
Kira's face darkened. So
Do you think it would be worth trying to contact one of those other gods that sent souls onto the garden? I mean, they're not like the most direct, but I don't know. Meaning, like, go and find one of their clerics or something.
I guess it's worth a try. but I don't think he'll do much.
So how do you think that you should go about trying to get... Well, do you want to try to get back?
Of course.
So,
You see just kind of frustration on her face. I don't know. Guess we can talk to a cleric.
talk to a cleric, we can try to capture a member of this dominion. If you think they know.
Is there a way to find them?
Yeah, it's easy. Walk out, take off that amulet you have on.
Alright.
I'm not saying do that right now, but it's as from what we've heard, it seemed like, you know, they're looking for you, so.
Yeah.
You just have to, you know, set the trap and be ready.
Kara takes off the amulet and jumps through the window.
Oh god.
Oh boy.
No.
Oh, she did
Panic.
something.
Panic.
This is not the thing.
You did this.
Guess I talk to a priest. But she seems distracted by her thoughts.
Mm.
There's an awkward silence in the air.
Shalay, why don't you walk around a bit?
So you want me to leave? Or
No, like demonstrate.
what do you mean demonstrate?
Do some practice walking. Like change forms and do some practice walking.
What, here? Why?
Oh, our friend here, pointing to the angel, very feminine. I'm sure that she could give you tips. And Kara can translate the tips to you, see?
What is he saying?
They're doing funny walks. Or he'll do a funny walk.
Walks.
I mean, if you think it will help, I guess. And he transforms into Leia. And starts walking funnily. Around the bookcases. Back and forth.
Give me a performance check.
Hell yeah. Performance check, you say? I'm gonna use my commanding presence to add a superiority die to that performance. Oh, that's actually pretty good. Let me see. Performance. I have a +1, so that's 15 plus 9. It's a 24 for performance.
You're getting a lot better. It seems to come to you more naturally. It still looks a little bit awkward, and at first you kind of feel, the rest of you feel kind of a chuckle rising, but there's sort of an almost angry presence behind Leia's walk that you can't help but feel like you shouldn't laugh or something bad will happen.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, after a couple of seconds, yes. And what does she say?
How do you like the walk?
I don't quite understand how that was funny.
Yeah, it wasn't that funny this time.
She kind of just walked around the room.
She thinks that you did a great job. It looked really natural.
Yes. Even through the illusion, you can see a certain amount of doubt in his face. Well, I guess that's good then. Progress, right?
True. I am sure that people will be saying sir and ma'ams very shortly. Or ladies and gentlemen, or whatever they would say. Okay, so we'll look for a cleric at some point. Any idea what type of cleric?
The high-ranking one.
Right, but meaning like, do you have a preference on any particular god?
They probably know about other gods.
Give me a religion check.
I'll just roll it on Discord. Religion. 22.
Okay. So you'd know that gods that could be of help would possibly be Aenitas, of whom you actually had met a cleric once before who helped you with the curses. It's the god of laws, justice, but also persecution. Then there's also the god Balamor, who is the embodiment of heroism, idealism, and honesty. So, there could be possibly a helpful god. Other than that, most of the gods don't seem the type that would help this sort of thing. Gods like Yoku, the god of fate, could certainly do what you'd need them to do, but they're more of a neutral kind of god. The only other you could imagine who is sort of a neutral god, but since it is somewhat knowledge you seek, would be the god Creon, the god of magic knowledge and time.
That's the one that Istavil mentioned earlier.
I guess ask those temples
Okay. But there's something to do instead of. There's something for you to do.
In theory, there would be also one other god, depending on your personal motivation. There's the god of vengeance, dragons, and rest. The god Tarut.
The god of rest? I'm sold.
I mean, worth a try. What time of day is it?
It's late now. It's early evening, about to be night.
Tomorrow, what time are we going into the mines?
Late. Like 6 p.m. I think or something.
So we could do it tomorrow.
Sure.
Okay. You settle in for a long rest?
Yeah.
Then I should ask the question. If you guys want to end here, or want to keep going for a little bit.
Seems like a good point, I'd say.
It's not a bad point, no.
I'm good with either.
I know that Alaman is still a little sick, so I don't want to strain him too much.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Yeah, it seems
Okay.
like a good fix.
Then this is where we end for today. Thank you guys so much for a session.
Thank you,
Thanks,
Beggar.
Beggar.
It was fun.
It was good times.
There's so much more stuff prepared. I'm so happy.
That's good
I
for
always
you, right?
tell you.
I know. But I
You're
never know.
Nowhere near as
Yeah.
close as you think.
Because all of a sudden our group actually does something. No, well, I like our group
Yay.
as it is.
I was. It was very interesting to see where you went with the investigator.
Yeah, that guy's annoying.
I love that everyone
I
from
was-
the get-go hated him.
Well, you know, he's nosy.
Also,
I
like,
was
I
fishing
guess,
for that deception check there.
yeah.
For the, so you don't know any connection?
No, I just not gonna
I
say
didn't
anything.
think you'd go like. I didn't think you'd go along with him. I didn't think you'd persuade him. Got them bards and the high persuasion.
That's why we keep him around back then.
But I like that the whole group had the same idea, just we're not answering anything, we're just doing counter questions. There you go.
being interrogated.
How's it feel?
Tug of war.
Yeah.